Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, securing access to critical business data is paramount for organizations. SAP GRC Access Control provides the tools needed to manage and monitor user access efficiently. Whether you are new to the field or looking to expand your knowledge, you are in the right place. Today, we are diving into the fundamentals of SAP GRC Access Control. But first, let's break it down. SAP GRC stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance. Access control in this context refers to managing who has access to what information within SAP systems. In today's digital age, data is the new gold. But with great data comes great responsibility. According to recent studies, 70% of organizations have experienced some form of unauthorized access to their systems in the past year alone. Imagine the consequences of a data breach: financial loss, damage to reputation, and legal ramifications. That's why understanding and implementing SAP GRC Access Control is crucial for any organization serious about safeguarding its assets. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know to master SAP GRC Access Control. We will start by understanding the basics and then delve into advanced techniques for ensuring compliance and minimizing risk. Along the way, we will explore real-world examples and practical tips to help you apply your knowledge effectively. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. What is SAP GRC Access Control? 2. Key features. 3. Lock and unlock of users. 4. TMS configuration. 5. Installation and configuration. Let's dive in.
Good morning, guys. This is Jay here. I have basically working in SAP security and GRC space for more than 12 years now. And I have recently, I have got skills on Fury, Hana, S4 migration, multiple rollout projects, and enhancements, transitions, implementations, and GRC implementation, as well as hands-on experience on the SAP BTP side. So as well as I have got onshore experience. I have traveled multiple places for go lives, and I have got experience in ECC, GRC, Access Control, HANA 2.0, SAP Fury 3.0, Page and Space, BI, BW side authorization, solution manager, and CUA and scripting exposure. And I have done estimations for projects, received multiple appreciations from client, and demonstrated my skills in SAP GRC area and other security area. Okay. So this is my kind of brief introduction. Please call me Jay. Nobody, please don't call me sir or something, anything else. So, and as well as in the sessions, if you have any questions anywhere, just stop me, raise your hand, or stop me right away, ask the question, and we can solve your query and move forward. And as well as if you have something to ask later, next day or while end of that particular topic as well, you can ask the questions. So this will be our first topic, introduction to SAP. Please read through this disclaimer. This presentation images and references provided are for information purpose. Please do not copy. It is protected by copyright laws. Do not recreate or share this material unless and until you have explicit permission to do so. And do not try to copy from here and create another. All right. So the agenda for this topic is what is SAP, key features, and brief introduction to SAP GRC Access Control. Okay, so I see most of the participants are already having the hands-on experience in SAP. So we'll try to just reiterate. So as you all might know, SAP stands for Systems, Applications, and Products in Data Processing. So it was founded in 1972. A group of people started this company, and they have a vision to create a ERP software where all the modules are integrated with each other, and any business, any full-fledged business, whatever activities or whatever modules they have, everything is available in the one software. Okay, so that kind of software is called as ERP, Enterprise Resource Planner, and SAP is a leading software provider in ERP space. And then they have many more products, specialized areas like GRC is the one we'll be discussing more on that. Let's move ahead. So key features is, the tech giants, they need to use a sophisticated software because they don't want their departments to work in silo. Like finance department doing a finance planning and they don't have a coordination with material management, how many stock they have, or what kind of supply chain is happening, where are all the activities happening. And then if they use separate softwares, then there is a lot of manual activities or a lot of integration that needs to happen, and then the coordination is not that great, and then they cannot make full use of the software capabilities that are available nowadays. So that is where the ERP softwares are very important, since they provide all the modules in the software itself and they are integrated. So that is where they can make use of those capabilities and enhance their business and basically do the better predictions or do the better planning and integrate their business, and that is helpful for them. So that is where SAP is one of the leading software, and it is widely used in we can say if you look at the Fortune 100 countries or Fortune 500 companies, I would say 80-90% of them might be using SAP. So and I see many people join from DuPont project. So DuPont is definitely one of the Fortune 100 companies. So they must be using SAP, and any other projects you called out. So they I don't recall the names, but yeah, they must be the big organizations in their respective domains. Okay. Okay. So let's move ahead. Yeah. So on SAP side, anyone? I don't think anyone will have any questions since you already have the hands-on experience. So we can start with the access control, GRC. Okay. So GRC, basically SAP has a separate product, which is SAP Governance, Risk and Compliance, GRC. And in GRC, we will be discussing on access control. So there are multiple modules in the GRC. Access control is one of them. There is a process control. There is a risk management, and there is a fraud detection and GTS for global trades. So our focus will be basically on access control because that is also a huge module in itself. And rest of the modules, like I hear somebody was saying they are looking for process control, and then they are also big topics. They basically there are less people who are actually working on the process control and less client also. Not everyone is process control and risk management, but access control is widely used, and it has a very good capabilities to monitor, test, and enforce the access and authorization and the compliance policies that the organization has. So we will deep dive more onto the access control. So access control has mainly these 5 modules. Okay. So previously in previous versions, if you Google around, you might see ARA is called something else. But yeah, these are the latest nomenclature that SAP has. So access risk analysis is where you basically go and do a risk analysis. And we will talk on all this topic. What is a risk, how it is defined, what is rule set, and all those things when we come to the models. But on a high level, a risk is basically a threat to organization. So let's say if somebody has wider access or access that they did not to have. They don't need to do anything with that access, and still they have access, and they can do a fraudulent transaction, or they can, because of lack of knowledge, they can go and do something wrong, and then the organization has to suffer. There is a damage to reputation, or there is a financial loss. So those kind of activities are called as a potential threat and a risk to the organization. So with ARA module, basically you can go and figure out what are the access risks available in the particular user authorizations or roles, and all those are covered in the ARA. And then all these modules are integrated with one another. So if you once you define any risk to an organization, the same risk is available in EAM. So emergency access management, yeah, that rules and users and authorizations you defined in one area, that is available to the second area. Okay. So EAM, emergency access management. So like we discussed, we cannot have wider access to somebody. And then let's say there is a real business scenario where you have to skip some in between steps, or you have to make some changes directly into a particular, let's say, order. For example, there is an order, and then there is a business process. If you have to edit the order that is already in the system, let's say you need to take 5 people approval. Okay, this is the business process. And then what our authorization management team will do, they will not allow anyone to directly change the order. Okay. And if somebody has the access, that is called out as a risk in access risk analysis. So if let's say user one has access to directly edit the order in the system, then he might skip all the 5 approval stages there and directly go and make the changes. Like he can change the order value, whatever was proposed, and now he is updating that to another value. That is a risk to organization. Okay. But in real time scenario, if there is a genuine case where yeah, this needs to happen, there is an emergency and they need to make the changes, they cannot wait for 5 approvals, it is approved from business side, then the emergency access management come into picture. So here this is basically called as firefighting. So you don't have the wider access, but you have a user account assigned to you which has the wider access, and you can use that user account to log in into system, do the changes, absolute necessary changes that are pre-approved, set of transactions, no more funny transactions. Whatever is approved, that thing is documented, and whatever you do in system, the logs are generated. So if somebody says I'm going to change order and he logs into the system, approver will receive a log when he is out of the system, what all steps he did. And if approver find out, okay, why did you do this extra step, which is not part of the pre-approved activity, then the person who executed the firefighter access or emergency access basically has to go and update the logs. So by doing this, any breach in the process or any breach in the defined process, it is well documented. So when auditor comes into picture and when they audit the things, okay, this order, I see this order was directly changed. It is not followed that 5 people approval process. What was the reason and what are the documents? So this is where the automation of emergency access management, it store all the logs, what was done, and all the approvals. So the reviewer had performed a review that what activities we performed with the wider access. So all those activities are called as firefighting, and the module is EAM. Okay. Next module is BRM, business role management. So in GRC, basically we can do the role management as well to connected system, as well as there are business roles. So there are business role concept where you can create a role in GRC, which is not a real role as such in connected system. So let's say you have a S4 system or you have a ECC system where the actual business transactions are happening, and it is connected to your GRC system. There is another standalone GRC system. And in GRC system, you can create a business role, which is like, let's say security team as a business role. And it can have like familiar names, like security team is a pretty much familiar and a descriptive name. Okay, this role looks for a security team. And in real systems, you will basically have something Z underscore security underscore IT underscore something like that. It will be a technical name. So as an end user, the end user, they basically won't understand what this thing is. What is Z? Why they have colon? Why they have underscore? What is IT? So for them to go and request their access and expedite the provisioning, the business role concept is there. So you can have a GRC simplified business role name like supply chain coordinator, for an example. So somebody who is actually doing that position or fulfilling that position, it is very easy for him to understand. Yeah, supply chain coordinator, procurement team. This is something I can relate myself with and go ahead and request that access. And then that business role is connected to multiple system. It can be GRC, it can be S4, it can be SRM, CRM, wherever that particular position is needed to have access. And then once that one business role is provisioned, automatically the user account is set up is all the related respective systems. Okay, so we'll touch base on BRM, how business roles are created, how we can maintain the roles, how we can have nomenclature for business roles themselves or any other roles that we want to create. Like if you go in system and you start creating anything like test role, the system is not going to stop you from creating that. If you go in S4 and create that role, yeah, it will happen. But if you enforce BRM from GRC, you can ensure that a certain nomenclature is followed. So there is configuration parameters, what is process, sub-process, and with that, basically you can enforce, yeah, this is how my role name will appear, and everyone needs to stick to that role name. So that kind of enforcements can be done from BRM. This module is not that much widely used in organizations. Usually, the role management happens in respective systems, and once the roles are available in production, they are imported in BRM and then further used for provisioning purpose. So whatever roles are there in BRM, they are used in ARA. You can do the access risk analysis on those roles. Let's say the procurement manager. Does it have any risk, this particular role? You can go to ARA, do the risk analysis on the role that is available in BRM, and you can use the roles available in BRM to actually go ahead and request. So if a new person joins and he is a procurement manager, he can go ahead and raise a request in access request management module. Okay, he can request the procurement manager, which role is basically created in BRM. And the access request management is also integrated with ARA. So when the request is submitted, the risk analysis will happen in the request, and it will show you, okay, by adding or by topping up this role or by creating this user with this role, is it having any threats or any risk to the organization? And if yes, then they can decide the workflow. So basically all the approvals, again, from audit perspective, the GRC system is there for compliance. So if you gave somebody this access, who approved the access, and all the approvals and everything is captured into the respective request. Okay. So ARM, EAM, ARA, they are integrated, BRM, all four modules. Then another module is user access review. So this is something when let's say the users are set up, and in the organization there are promotions, there are department changes. Somebody working at one site gets migrated to another site, or the person is sent into the different department. Okay, so what happens usually? The person will raise the new request. He might go and put a support ticket that I need access to so and so T codes, and then nobody questions, okay, what about your current access? So you got transferred to another department. Let's say you are part of finance department, and now you went to the supply chain. So you will go and request the access to a new set of transactions, but nobody questions what needs to happen with your finance access. So there is an automated process, the GRC UAR configuration, which will trigger based on a certain timeline, whatever way you configured, and you can choose to decide, okay, who receives the workflow. So let's say user manager will receive the workflow and they can do the review. Yeah, this person has got, let's say, a role from finance and a role from supply chain. Yeah, so new manager decides, oh no, he don't need to have a finance access anymore. He is not part of finance department. Let's remove this access. Let's flag this for removal, and then accordingly, either automatic workflow can remove, or it can come to security for their review and removal of this risk or this access. So these are basically 5 broad level modules, which we will deep dive more, how to configure them, and we will see into the system, raising the request, seeing how it goes to the workflow, and likewise. Okay. So governance plays a crucial role in organization. As we discussed, we don't want departments to work in silo, like one department having a separate policy. Let's take an example, DuPont, for example. It is a big organization. Let's say DuPont operates in USA, DuPont operates in India, right? And any multiple countries. So if US DuPont decides, okay, I need to have this particular policy to my my company wise changes. Okay, I decide this policy that any changes or any execution of this transaction is restricted, and then they basically have to communicate same to all other departments, and then they have to ensure that it is communicated to multiple entities in different countries, and then that is a headache for them, right? If you don't have a central system where all the policies, where all the compliance is structured, it will be difficult for them to coordinate multiple organizations, sub companies, or multiple departments on those activities. So that is where GRC is very helpful. Like taking help for process control and more, you can actually deploy the country-wise or your company-wise policies, the testing mechanisms, the policies that are set up. Okay, are they really effective? Like I set up a policy that nobody joins 2 minutes late after this call. Okay, let's say this is a policy, but how to test that policy? Are actually people joining within first 2 minutes of the call or not? So just making the policy is not of use. Okay, we have to do some testing. We have to do the evidence. Yeah, for an example, yeah, this is the attendance log. Everyone joins right after the call started, or 5 minutes before the call. So that is how the compliance is. You need to make the policies and ensure they are followed. Okay. So that is why GRC system is there. It is to identify any threats to the organization, and with the help of process control and other modules, it can also be documented and tested whether it is actually happening into the system or not. So what is a risk? Like we discussed some time back, a risk is any unfavorable consequence, any potential threat to the organization. It can be a threat to the reputation of organization. It can be a threat like the information, let's say any personal information, credit card information. If any company is storing credit card information, health records. So if somebody has access to that and they take out the dump of that data and sell it to the third party organizations, okay, these are the people with credit card. And then there are people who want to buy that data or who can misuse that data. And then that is why government has the policies to ensure if you have such data, it is safeguarded and protected. So any access or any risk, basically, if somebody who should not have access to any credit card information, and then he has, let's say, he can able to see the credit card information of people, he can go and see the card numbers. That is a risk. He can misuse that data. So that potential threat, uh, which can be any operational, like you can disturb the company operations by incorrectly capturing some data or changing the existing data, or it can have vulnerabilities in terms of financial risk. There is a loss to organization. All those basically threats are called as risks in term. Okay. And these are basically internal risk when you have the access. Like we will be discussing on that area where a person is onboarded by the company and they are okay to have him access. That is where access control comes in. And then there are external threats like cybersecurity. Your password is broken, and the external attacks where the hackers will try to breach into the system and try to get the data. So that is handled by cybersecurity. Okay. So those risks basically is where SAP will provide the best practices, the important notes to ensure the safety of the security. And then there are network teams, and then there are um, all other different kind of devices to keep the IT infrastructure safe. But when you let somebody into the system, you allow him to have the access to system, and inside system what he can do, that is also a risk. And that risk management, basically security team will take care of deploying the um, security structure for the system and ensure there are no risk into the user access, or if there are approved risk, accepted risk by business, there are mitigations. And we'll talk what is a mitigation, what is a remediation, we'll talk on that. But if something is accepted by business, yeah, I want this person to have this critical access, or this segregation of duty access, then they have some checks to ensure that is not misused. So risk basically fall into these five basic categories: a performance or operational risk, a compliance risk, IT risk, financial risk, and reputational risk. So, like we talked, performance or operational risk is by doing something wrong, the company operations are stopped or the performance is impacted. Okay. Compliance risk is a defined set of policies, a breach to that policies, right? IT risk is any organizational risk where the threats or attacks are happening. Basically, the infrastructure is not safe. Third party are trying to break into the system. Financial risk is basically if something uh, something wrong did into the system causes a financial loss to the organization. And reputational risk is something where the organization reputation is at risk. So, for example, let's say we have our bank accounts in let's say XYZ bank, and then the bank data is stolen. Okay, so our personal information is stolen, and then that bank reputation is damaged. So any other any other person or any other organization will think twice before uh, working with that organization, or like opening the account. Let's say we see some banks, they have, let's say, fraudulent loans assigned, then people will think twice, okay, should I put my money into this bank or not? So that is a reputational risk, the damage to reputation. Compliance is basically, as we discussed, there are laws, there is a policy, there are policies defined, and they ensure that organization follows that policy, and the practice or the rule-based practices are happening, and the risks are prevented. So that is where the compliance comes into picture. Okay, let's start with the topic two, uh, security administration. As we discussed some time back, uh, these are the disclaimer and laws. Please read through them and think twice before using this material anywhere else. Okay, strictly use this for training purpose and do not reproduce and share this material. So, security administration. So, administration play a crucial role to ensure that policies that are defined and integrity and confidentiality of the organization data and resource. So we just discussed the example, like the critical data. If somebody downloads or misuse the data, if somebody should not have access to a particular information, that they are able to go and see that particular data. That is all risk to the organization. And the access control is basically give the access, the bare minimum access that is required to perform their duties. Okay, so that is the principle of access control. We do not give any wider access to anyone. Just give the access that is absolute necessary to perform the duties. So primary objective of doing all this exercise is to prevent any unauthorized access, misuse, and data breaches. So that is why the security, basically the purpose of security team is. Otherwise, everyone can have a wider access as they wish, and they can do their duties. But then there is a high risk to organization that somebody will do some wrong transactions, some wrong activities, and put the organization at risk. Okay. So by enforcing the strict controls and implementing the robust security mechanism, organization basically they safeguard their systems from potential threats and vulnerabilities. Key concepts in security administration. So first key concepts in security administration: authorization. So authorization is very important. Basically, we allow somebody to have access to, when we identified, yeah, this person needs to have access to system, then authorizations come into picture. So what authorizations are assigned to that person? So then, like we create the SAP roles and then us allocate the transactions, Fury applications into those particular roles. So those are the authorizations that are assigned to a particular user. Okay. When you do the authorizations, basically the segregation of duty comes into picture. So is anyone familiar, like a lot of people working on already on GRC projects? So would anyone like to explain what is the segregation of duty risk? Anyone would like to explain this? So segregation of duty is basically there are some compliance rules that are defined where if somebody has a set of transactions, a set of authorizations from different domains or different areas, then there is a risk to organization. So, for example, excuse me, if somebody has access to, let's say, create an order, okay, if somebody can go and put an order to a vendor, okay, let's say I go to, let's say my supplier is Dell, for example, and our organization, if I am the person who can put the orders to Dell, okay, I need 10 laptops, for an example, and if the same person has access to receive the materials, if I can go and mark that, yeah, I received 10 laptops from Dell, okay, and I have another access, make the payment to Dell. So I can basically do this fraud transactions. I can, let's say I have to actually order 10 laptops. I put a order for 12, I approve, and I do a goods receipt. Yeah, I received 12 laptop. On paper, I received 10 laptop, and with help of another third party, I can make some fraud. And then actually, when audit happens, people will come to know, okay, we have two missing laptops. Where are they? So the segregation of duties, like, okay, one person, in this case, one person who is able to put the order, he cannot do the goods receivable. He cannot say, yeah, I received that particular service, or I received that particular material that I ordered, or the goods that I ordered. And if somebody who is able to receive the material should not be able to process the payment, okay. Or if somebody who is able to maintain the customer account, let's say, okay, which account will be there for to make the payments of those laptops. So if somebody can maintain those accounts, he should not be able to make the payment. Okay, I basically cannot go and maintain. Let's put my friend's name as Dell's account, make the payment, and then revert back to original account. And then when the financial reconciliation happen, that time Dell will say, you do not remit this payment to me, and organization will say, I already did, and then they figure out, okay, it went to some other third party bank, right? So that is basically in simpler term, that is a segregation of duty risk. So they have defined some rules, and it changes with the business. Some business might accept this risk. Yeah, I agree, this is a segregation of duty risk, but my department needs to have this access, and they will accept those risks. And some organizations will say, no, this is absolute no for my organization, I cannot allow this access, this particular set of access to one person. So segregation of duties, so that is where SAP do provide us initial rule set, okay, based on the system that we are using. So HR, they have multiple rule sets already available based on the standard practices. So you can use those set of rules. So we don't have to start from scratch, um, talking to different functions and department. What do you call, what is your risk? What do you categorize as risk? So SAP has predefined provided us the rule set. All we need to do is activate or download that and check it with the functions and departments, and figure out what are the absolute critical high risk segregation of duty accesses that they have, and make the amendments to the rule set that is provided. So we'll check on that, how to configure rule set, what are the function risk, all those things we'll check. But basically, um, the authorization is granted, and we ensure the SOD access is not provided. We'll try to limit this. Okay. Then the next step is user provisioning. So once you have the role created, once you figure out, okay, this role should not have these two conflicting transactions in it, then comes into picture how to assign that role. And then user provisioning, if you don't have the GRC system, at this moment, it could be a third party application somewhere, let's say, for example, ServiceNow, or any homegrown application, IT application, where manager goes and approve the ticket that is submitted. Let's say I need access to XYZ transaction, and then the manager goes, or the person goes and approves that ticket, and it comes to security, or just directly it comes to security queue. I need access to XYZ code, and then security team needs to do all the manual activities, identify a role from authorizations, which role provide this access, and then do either a manual check whether it is causing any risk to the existing access that user has, and then send it to the particular approver. Okay, please approve this role for this person, and then the user provisioning happen. And all these activities needs to be documented as audit proof that the access is approved. We are not granting access based on any random request that I need, let's say, payment processing access, and hey, you are not from finance department, why do you need this? So those kind of check needs to happen here in user provisioning. Otherwise, there is no point creating the authorizations uh, having them properly segregated into the roles, and then just assigning the roles like randomly. Anyone says I need this access, okay, have this role. So this is also important part in user provisioning. Role-based access control is where we discuss the authorization, like we spoke. User, okay, I am from security team, and if I go and say I need a developer access, so this is where a role-based access check happens. Oh, but no, you are not from development team. Why do you need that access? Okay, what is the business case scenario? Why don't you work with a development team and get that thing done? You cannot do this thing. So that is where the role-based access control comes into picture. And the last one is access request approval. So all these activities basically automatically uh, performed by system. The authorizations are synced into GRC. Segregation of duty checks are performed. User provisioning is happening with the workflow. Um, Role-based access control is where the role owners and approvers accept or reject the request, even if manager says, yeah, my person needs the access. And access approval, access request and approval happens into the GRC. So all these 5 stages, GRC can automate them. Okay, so we discuss all these activities. Let's just quickly have a glance at the slides. What they call. So access, granting or revoking the individual roles and responsibility, defining the roles, appropriate authorization level. Yeah, one thing we did not discuss is in the authorizations. Let's say you define a role. Let's say payment processor, or let's say supply chain coordinator, and you have multiple you have multiple plants or multiple regions where your company is operating. So somebody who is working at site A or plant A should not have access. Like, he can have a set of authorizations. Let's say these are the 10 transactions that we allow for a supply chain coordinator, but they are allowed only for his particular plant, his particular company code, his particular sales organization, and he cannot do all this string transaction in another plant. He cannot go and start seeing the data, what is happening in other plant, or he cannot go and maintain. Let me help my friend and do this work or this transaction on his behalf. So that is another part of authorization. So you basically have the set of transactions, and you have that access on a particular organizational structure: the plant, the company code, the sales organization, purchasing organization, and um, all other authorization objects, basically, which control this organizational structure. So that is also part of authorization. SOD, as we discussed, the conflict of interest. Um, um, no, do not have the conflicting access into user. Okay. No single user has ability to execute action that could lead to unauthorized activities or fraud transaction. Okay. So in segregation, these are the segregation of duty risk, and then there are another critical risks. So like, just take an example: opening the client. Okay, so opening a client is itself a critical access, and organization might say, I don't want this access even with base system. Why should they open a client? That is not our day-to-day requirement. If they have to open a client, they can use the firefighter and open the client, and then there will be logs. So that kind of access is called as a critical access. And SAP and GRC has a functionality where you can identify the segregation of duty, where two functions or two transactions create a risk, and then there are critical risks where the function or activity itself is a risk, like opening a client. That is a risk activity. So from security terms, we can say role change. So nobody should do a direct role change in production. So anyone having change access in PFCG is a risk. Let's say it's a critical access, and we don't want anyone to have that access. If your user provisioning is automated, nobody should have access to change a user, because you don't need to. The GRC system will change the user. He will set the password. He will assign the role. He will send the password to user. The security team should not have SU01 change access. If this is a policy, it can be categorized as a critical action or critical action risk. And then if actually somebody has the access, the GRC system will show, hey, this particular user has this access. So we'll check on that when we deep dive further into the respective modules. User provisioning, creating, modifying, disabling the user account. Okay, in user provisioning, another important aspect is onboarding, offboarding. Like, if somebody is left the organization, terminated, there will be some policies. Okay, if somebody is terminated, you have 24 hours, 7 days, 15 days. It varies on the organization policy. In how many days the particular user account has to be terminated. So the organization does not want to take a risk that I have a user account of a person who already left the company and somebody reset the password or misuse that user account or try to target to hack into the user account with in the company system with the help of the user account that person left. Okay. So that is where in user provisioning, the automatic provisioning or deprovisioning comes into picture. So at the time is of essence. So if somebody has left the organization and the policy says in 7 days his account has to be terminated in all the systems, that is where again GRC comes into picture. You can do some automation. You can fetch that data from, let's say there is a report sent or there is a request submitted by somebody, and then let's say security team takes care of doing the deprovisioning, or you basically work with the third party software where report is, let's say, sent in a particular format, and you develop a program where GRC will understand that report and automatically submit the termination request. So that can also happen. So that is part of user provisioning, assigning the access as well as revoking the access. Access request and approval. So who approved the request, what roles are approved. Like, let's take an example. You send somebody that I need access to XYZ code, and the manager or owner says, yeah, approved. But then it does not tell you which role is approved. Uh, you have to be specific. This particular role is approved. This is approved from this date to that date if it is a temporary access. So all those access request and approval workflow happens through workflow, and everything is captured into the system. So later, whenever you want to finalize or whenever you want to figure out, okay, who gave this access, which was the request number, who reviewed and approved the request, everything, all the logs are there into the system. So the next topic is SAP, SAP architecture. So as you might know, when SAP was formed, they started with R1 and it was basically a material management model. But actually, when the R2 was released, that is where it was a full-fledged ERP solution. And R2 basically stands for two-tier architecture. And then later they came up with R3, where we have the three-tier architecture. So for any software, basically, there are three important layers. One is presentation layer. So presentation is like where actual the the GUI part where the interaction happens, and this can be anything. Like this can be nowadays you can operate. You don't even need to have SAP GUI installed. You can do all the things in Fury. So your web browser or your mobile phone can be a presentation layer where you basically interact with the system. And the presentation layer is separated from application layer. Application layer is basically where your core functionality and the business logic is. So we can say basically the SAP application, that is where they have put their code, they have designed the transactions, they have designed the functionalities, they have designed the logic of all the things like multiple modules, how data will flow from one department, one module to another module, and um, their business logic basically stays into application. So this is a second tier, okay. And as you know, the data that is created, it has to be stored in a database. Somewhere it should go. And then the third tier is your database. So for any software, these three tiers are important. And when SAP started, they started with a mainframe structure. So mainframe is like you have a very heavy server, which is your basically application and database. So both these tiers are deployed onto one server. So let's say in a older days, let's say you have a big server, a mainframe server somewhere sitting into your server room. You have your application code, whatever SAP designed, and your database. It is sitting onto the one physical server. And if something goes wrong with database, your application, basically you cannot work here. Your application is down and you cannot connect to the SAP. Okay, so that is two-tier architecture. And in a simple term, let's say this is your web browser or this is your SAP GUI, and this is your SAP installation along with database. So that is how the two-tier architecture is, and this is where basically everyone will connect to that one server. Okay, so they don't have anywhere else place to go. They just go to here. This, let's say this is one server. You have IP address and all the details with you. Everyone just comes to and connect to them. If this requester submit 10 requests, all 10 requests is going to come here. If this guy submits 5 requests, they are going to come here. Okay, so there is no queuing mechanism, nothing. Everything comes here, and this is one server where all the big hardware is there. It has a RAM, it has a memory, storage, everything. Database is here, application code is running here, and it is catering for everyone's request. So there is two-tier architecture. So in R2, basically it is a basic network between client and server. Okay, so what is a client? Our presentation server, our SAP GUI or our browser is basically a client, and a server structure is where one big server is deployed. It has application, it has database, and then everyone, all the clients connect to that server. Okay, and the drawback is scalability, as we discussed. Everyone will send the request to one server, and then if that server is overloaded, then let's say if this person submits 10 transactions or 10 requests here, and if this database or this server is not able to cater, some might time out. Okay, some might not work. It might time out. They don't have a queuing mechanism. They don't have a smart logic in between. So everyone just send their request here, and if there are too many requests to handle, the server might crash. Data might crash. It might need a restart. It might hang. Right. So scalability is the problem. And back in 1979, when R2 came, it was basically how the infrastructure was available. Right. With the limitation of RAM, limitation of hardware, they used to have the server, big servers. Now we have the latest technology. We have the hardware basically easily available, and you can, let's say, size of the hardware. Like previously, it was a big server. You need to have big server room. Now all those things are size-wise, price-wise, they are reduced. The infrastructure quality or the network quality has improved. Then the speeds or the transaction speeds are improved. The way you can process the data, it is much better. And with that, they came up with the R3. Okay, so on R2, it is a client server. So client will send a request to a server, and server will send the response basically. So let's say from DB client, basically you say, okay, show me the last month orders, what all orders were executed. So it will go to server, and server will process, because application and database is here. So it will process and it will send you back the data, and then it is visible to you. Okay, these are the last month orders, for example. So presentation is client, and application and database is a server. So disadvantage, DB client is installed on server side. This should not be client, on server. Okay, and the processing is taking place, and then there are no buffers and frequently access content. So there is no caching basically. So all the advanced features like frequently access data, the server doesn't know which client is sending which request, and it is basically a simple structure where the request comes and server will process the request. So there is no queue mechanism to handle requests. There is no caching or any other benefits, because they don't have that smart logic. Who is sending me request? How frequent data is accessed? So it was a basic infrastructure, R2. Each request is processed by communicating with the server. Okay. Client interface to communicate with the server, basically the R2. So this is where application server stays onto the server side. Servers are heavily loaded, as we discussed, because everyone is sending the traffic to one server. Then performance will be impacted. So these are all the basically what we can say a drawback of R2, or what are the benefits of R3 over R2. Okay. So R3. So R3 is basically the three tiers we discuss. They are deployed on three different servers. Okay. So server number one, three different servers. Server number one is basically the presentation layer, like SAP GUI or a web browser. So that is something that, for example, we have. We are working on tier one, the presentation one, where we basically just have a web browser or SAP GUI. We don't have any big hardware at our end. We just have a simple hardware which will support the sending the request and receiving the response. Okay. The second one is, let me go to the diagram. Yeah, here. Okay, so presentation layer provides the graphical screen to user. User enters the data on the screen, and the process data is shown to user. The simple one. This is our presentation layer. It can be a web browser, it can be a SAP GUI, or it can be anything else. It can be a mobile phone, for example. Okay. Application layer. Now, in R2, these two were combined onto one physical server. There was a database and there was an application on one server. With R3, what they have done, they have separated these two. So application layer is your core component, basically, your kernel component, which will take care of processing the data using logic. So what data you submit, then what to do with that data, how, what business logic to be applied onto that, and then this application layer does the communication with both the layers. So let's say a request comes here with the data. Let's say somebody puts an order. Okay, this is the order number, this is the quantity, this is the material, or whatever, all those things. It is passed on to the application layer, and then application layer will do read and write to the database. So now the database is a separate server. You can have multiple available databases. You can choose from what database to deploy, because your application layer is now a separate layer. So your application is where all the logic is, and database is a separate. So when you have options to choose from multiple available vendors, IBM, Oracle, anything you can choose as a data. SAP has their own database. So you can choose which database to deploy, and application layer sends the read and write request to database. So after the processing is done with whatever order is submitted, basically application layer decides, okay, these 5 tables, put this data into these 5 tables. And when they want to show the data back, they will pull that data from those 5 tables, do the processing here, and then send that process data back to the presentation layer for user to see. Yeah, I need to see the order number 1, 2, 3, 4. So from database, it is fetch. Let's say 5, 6 tables are there where the order data is stored, and then it is come here. The application layer process the data and send it back to the presentation layer for displaying purpose. So this is 3-tier architecture. And the 3-tier architecture, basically, with 3-tier architecture, the problem with legacy R2 structure, basically they were solved. They have a better performance, better hardware is available, faster processing, secure communication, and all those things, basically. Okay. So presentation contents capable of providing a graphical interface, the GUI, web browser, or anything. Also the client, it is also known as client layer. Okay. It is where the user interaction happens, and it is where the GUI is. Okay, desktop, mobile phone, laptop, anything. Okay. Application server, as we discussed, where multiple CPUs, vast amount of RAM that is deployed onto a server. They are known as kernel layer or basis layer, where all the application programs are executed. Okay, and they do the communication between both the layers. Okay, and they will basically do the load management. So if 10 people are trying to connect to your application, the application can put them on hold. They can do the dispatching, which item to pick first, and which item to execute and send the result back. So in R2, it was not there. In R3, they have the dispatcher, which will do the dispatching. You can have multiple application layers, so improve the performance. Okay. So one application layer can be your master application layer, where all the requests will come, where your dispatcher is, and then it can dispatch the work to multiple other applications like, okay, you have less load, you process this 10 requests. So that kind of smart logic comes into picture where you have multiple applications, and then the application will connect to database and then do the read and write. Okay. So database server is it has a large storage, basically fast and large hard drives. That is where the data will be stored, and it does not contain any business logic. So database does not know um, what is the core logic that SAP has, right? It has just the data is sitting into database. Okay. And application layer is doing all the processing of data. Okay. And Oracle, Microsoft, IBM, Siebel, Sybase, all those databases were available to connect in R3. This is another diagram, like multiple PCs trying to connect to application server. There can be multiple application layers, and those application layer can connect to a database layer. So the load management, the message queuing, all those things comes into picture, and you have the better performance. And basically the previous problems are solved. So what is a client? So anyone would like to share their experience with client? Client in the sense SAP client, the three digit numbers that you might be using. Fine. So let me go ahead. What is a client? So client is a logical person. So just some time back we have seen there are multiple applications. So that is all hardware structure. In terms of hardware, you can have 4 applications, 3 applications available, but you have one database. In one database, let's say you need a logical separation. You have, let's say, 5 different companies that you want to run. Okay. Let's say your company is operating in 5 multiple areas. Like you have a business of, let's say, mobile phone development. Okay, you are developing the phones. That is your one business. You have a second business, same organization. You have a second business where you do the marketing of phones, and that is a separate entity. Third one is where you do when you do, let's say, you are creating some paints, for example. You are into the paint business. You are into the pharmaceutical business. You are supplying the materials, raw materials, likewise. So although it is a one company, but it has multiple businesses, and then each business will have to cope up with their own transactions. Right? So they will have their financial data, they will have their employees. So employee who is working at pharmaceutical plant, it has got nothing to do at what the technical company is doing, what mobile phone company is doing. Although it is a one company, and they just don't want to have multiple servers for multiple businesses. It is too much of a IT infrastructure to deploy, and maintenance increases. Like you have 5 different servers for 5 businesses, then you have to deal with 5 different IT teams. So the SAP has a solution to this. They have a logical portion. So you can have one SAP system, and you can create your multiple clients into that. So when a client is created, some data in client 100 is a different data from 150. So let's say the case we discuss, we have 5 businesses, and let's say my mobile phone business has 100 employees, only 100 people building the phones and distributing them. And the second business, which is paint business, because there are so many workers, so many factories involved, it has 1,000 users. Okay. So when you decide to split your one SAP system into logical portions, you can have a client 100 where you say, okay, this client is dedicated to phones company. Client 150, it is dedicated to my paint business, to my pharmaceutical business. Client 200 is for another business. And what happens, whatever data is created, like those 100 users for mobile phone, they basically reside in this client. They cannot even log in into 150 client because their the user master is a client dependent field. So if you have to get into these 3 clients, you need to be created in all 3. So that is how they will basically do a logical portioning. So from business standpoint, a client can be interpreted as a logical group of companies. So basically you can distribute or have a logical boundary, although it is residing in same database, but there is a logical boundary into that. So one client data cannot be accessed by another client data. And you basically divide your businesses, or you divide your data logically. So then the customizing, whatever configuration you do, it is basically client dependent. So in one client you can do all your company specific configuration. Second client have a different configuration, and whatever above development you do, you can do it can be performed in client, or it can be performed in system wide. So client dependent and independent data. So we'll discuss on that. What are the client dependent and independent? So client dependent is basically where a particular data, like we discuss users. So if I create a user in 100 client, it does not automatically have authorization or permission to go into 200. I will have to create the same user in 200, because that is a client dependent. But let's say we have a parameter, the timeout, SAP timeout. How many times you will wait for user to enter something, if let's say it is set to the 30 minutes. So if 30 minutes the user is not doing any transaction, automatically user will receive a message that you have been kicked out of system, basically because you did not do anything. So that need not to be configured in all the client. Like 100 you go and do the same configuration, 200 you go and set that thing to 30 minutes, 300 you go and do. So that parameter can be system wide. So that is called as client independent. So basically all your tables or anything, if it has a mandate, as a field, so that becomes a client dependent data. Okay. So in client dependent, you can have your ABAP variants, you can have user master, you can have number range. That is all client, and you can have multiple configuration. That is client dependent. And in client independent will basically your data dictionary objects, table, view, ABAP source code, screen, um, any system level configurations, they can be client independent data. Yeah. So if mandate is a key in your table, so that table is client dependent. Like if you see, for example, USR02, you will see mandate as a table field, and it will say 100 as your client number. So if a user exists there with 100 entry, so he can log in into the client 100. Okay. And if it is not there, any other table, like any basis related table or any configuration related parameters, those are not client dependent. So if you make a change, like for example, timeout. So if you make 30 minutes as timeout, so any client, any user, 30 minutes he will time out. You don't need to do the same thing in all the clients. So here they are giving example. TSTC is a client independent. So TSTC is basically where you hold all your transactions. Okay. So if you create a transaction in one client, automatically that code is available in all other clients. So if I create a, let's say, Z underscore SU53, where it is a guided step to show you how to capture SU53 code. Okay. So if it is created in 100, automatically it is available in 200, because that is a client independent. But USR01 or USR02 is a client dependent. So if you create a user in one client, it is not automatically available in second client. Okay. SAP delivered clients. So SAP basically delivered 3 clients: 000, 001, and 066. Okay. So 000 has a special functions. It is extended functionality during upgrade. So when you want to do a technical upgrade to your SAP system, 000 client is used by basis. Okay. 001 is copy of 000, and it is basically used for creating a new customizing client. So when let's say your client 100 or any client that you might see in your system, so these 3 clients are basically managed by basis team. Even security team does not need to get into these clients. But when they deploy the system at first time, they will take copy of 001. They will consider this as a golden client, and they will basically copy it from here and give you any new client. So if another business says, okay, I want my separate client, they will do 001, they will copy it from here and they will give them, okay, here is your new client, let's say 300, for example. And then you can do all your configurations in 300. So system-wise settings or system-wise configuration or a client even independent configuration is copied from 001, and you have the new client, and then you basically customize that based on the business requirement. And client 066 is used by SAP for system monitoring purpose, operational system monitoring. So it is called as early watch service to provide the performance recommendation. So SAP can connect to this 066 client and get the performance information of your SAP system. So now we discuss on the 2-tier, 3-tier architecture. But then a landscape is a different thing. A landscape is it can be 3-system landscape or more. But the absolute less is 3-system landscape is recommended. This is the SAP recommended. And what do we mean by landscape is we have basically the same server, same SAP server, everything same. Data wise, it can be different, but configuration wise, the exact same systems. And whatever changes you want to do, you will basically do that changes in a development client. So let's say you want to develop a new transaction. Okay. So nobody will directly go and do such thing in production, because if anything goes wrong, all your actual business is impacted, because in production basically your live data is there, the business is doing their transactions, and if something goes wrong here, it has a financial impact. So in 3-system landscape, basically there is a development server where you go and do the development, uh, perform configuration, and then transport that configuration. So in SAP, we don't need to manually do each and everything here. There are some SAP products where you will have to manually deploy the changes. But in speaking of GRC and our core ECC system or S4 system, you can transport the things. Okay, so when you, let's say, create a new report, or when you do some configuration, like in case of GRC, for example, you tweak a parameter how your GRC will behave, and then you will basically do that in development system. Okay, and then transport that change to quality. And in quality system, basically you will have subset or whatever. Whenever you refresh the data from production, you will have that data. So quality system will have some business data available, so that you can perform the testing of the changes that you did, how they will behave in production system. Is it working as expected? Is it having any negative performance impact, or is it disturbing any existing functionality? All those kind of testing can happen in quality system. So once you do the quality check, once you assure that whatever changes you are doing is not negatively impacting the system, then you can transport that changes into production. So this is called 3-system landscape. And then there might be organizations which has even more than this. So if they are doing some project, they can have a pre-production if they really want to see. So quality system, let's say, it is not that frequently refreshed, but they can have another system in between, which can be a pre-production system. So where you have more frequent refreshes, you have more business data, and you want, let's say, a business team to do some testing. So quality is, let's say, all the IT team. So IT team did the development work, then IT team or some business people are testing here. But if you go in pre-production, you want more business people to be involved, you can have another system, and then that becomes 4-system landscape. Even before development, you can have some if you're running some projects parallelly in the support landscape, so you can have uh, another development system where your transport path, whatever you send from development, you need to retrofit that to another development system. Okay, because that is where you are doing new set of development, another development parallelly. A project is happening, like let's say this is your company 100 running, and you are trying to onboard another business. You are doing some role development in another development system for additional functionality. I'm not doing it here. You have another development system. So whatever changes you do here, you will have to retrofit, keep it in sync with that development system. So one day the changes from this development will also go to quality and go to production. Okay, so 3-system is recommended, and based on the requirement, it can be more. It can be 4-system, 5-system landscape as well. And development, basically, each project will have a sandbox. Okay, yeah. So this is three landscape architecture. You have a development server, and your development itself is a three tier. So you will have a database for development. Let's say let's say DS1. Let's call it development server 1. So this is your DS1 system, this is your QS1 system, and this is your PS1 system. And all these three systems will have their own presentation layer, application layer, and their database layer. So you can send the transport from development to quality, quality to production. Next subtopic is S4HANA architecture. So we discussed in last session, we discussed in last topic, we discussed what is three-tier architecture and what is the three landscape architecture. Now we will look at the S4HANA. Okay, what is the S4HANA architecture? So again, I would encourage you guys to read through this disclaimer quickly. So do not share this content. This is purely for training purpose, and do not reproduce or send this to anyone. So has anyone worked on S4HANA system? Anyone's project has S4HANA system? So S4HANA is basically an in-house data platform for SAP. So in I think in 2010, SAP came up with the HANA database. Okay. So earlier, like if you are on ECC, so the HANA is not a mandatory database. You can still choose from any other providers like IBM, Oracle, Sybase. You can choose their database to connect with your ECC system. Okay. But with S4HANA, the in-house database, that is SAP HANA, is a mandatory database, and it has benefits. It has a wider benefits. That's why they have chose with S4 Business Suite 4. The HANA database is a mandatory database. Okay, there is no other options to go ahead with multiple databases this time, and it is basically a relational database providing support to business intelligence. So whatever capabilities SAP has, new capabilities or new simplified finance and whatever enhanced models that SAP has um, implemented, created with the S4, they work absolutely based on HANA database. So there are some Fury apps or some functionality that you can still implement on non-HANA database, but the benefit of having it on HANA is really great. And S4 HANA is their what I can call is future path. So any client or in like your projects that you're working, not today, but maybe after a couple of years, one day they will have to move to S4 HANA. Or once the SAP is closing the support to the ECC and R3 and any other, like right now ECC is in support. So when they basically close the support for ECC, all the clients will have to move to S4 HANA. Okay. So that is the journey that everyone will have to take, right? S4 HANA architecture, as we discussed, the database is now SAP HANA DB. Okay. So all the SAP HANA engine, real-time replication services, data services. So these are core, basically the hardware part and the services that are available in HANA, which will take care of any failure or any performance and all those technical, basically how the database is managed. So those services are deployed in SAP HANA server. And on the business or application side, basically the application is integrated with S4 HANA, and then they have provided you with the Fury apps. Okay. So you can connect with the SAP GUI, or you can use a Fury, or you can use the web browser to connect to basically the application, and application is basically connecting to SAP HANA DB. Okay. So the business suite that is deployed, it works very well with HANA database, and that is the mandatory part. So what is basically the S4 HANA? S4 HANA is the next generation business suite offered by SAP. Okay, it combines power of in-memory database. So anyone know what is the in-memory database? So why SAP HANA is, I would say, famous, or why it is, why take all that trouble to just make sure SAP HANA is used and no other database is used? Like in R3, you have all the database multiple available options, and why in S4 only SAP HANA you make it mandatory? So what happens with the traditional database, like any database, what happens with any database? Let's say this is your database, okay, and you have two kind of memories here. Let's say you have a RAM, okay, and you have a, let's say, hard disk. You have physical disks, okay, like this, okay. So this is your RAM, let's say, and this is your disks, hard disk, okay. So as a SAP application, what happens? Whatever frequent data, like let's say somebody put a query, show me the orders of last 1 month. So what SAP will have to do, they will have to go into the database disk hard drive, because this is where all the data will be. They will pull that data and they will put basically that data into RAM. And from RAM, it will be sent to user GUI, where he will be able to see the data. Okay. So this is the traditional database. With SAP HANA, what they have done, they have basically all the things are kept in RAM. Okay, so this RAM, it has all the data that is required, and there is really absolute less requirement to fetch this data from here. Previously, what they will have to do, they will have to fetch the data from here. Okay, fetch the data from here. Now, what they are going to do with SAP HANA, they are going to fetch the data from RAM, and RAM is way faster than disk. So whenever you put a query, whenever you want to, let's say, access your transaction data, query in the sense not SQL query, okay, when you go and try to see your order. So let's say the response time previously was, let's say, 100 milliseconds. Now it is 5 milliseconds. And we might not see that impact like with this one transaction. But if you try to run the complex logic or complex transactions, like what product was most sell in last year, same month. So now this kind of query or this kind of analytics needs to scan through the last year's data, go through all the orders, and give you the extract. Okay, this is the highest selling product in last month, right? So for that kind of queries, previous architecture earlier, what used to happen? So this was our ECC system, okay, and this was our BW system previously, okay. And what ECC will do, will send this data here as replication, okay. So we all know this, whoever worked on this thing, BW security or BI security, let's say, they know, right? So what SAP does here, you will do all the transactions, okay. You don't want to disturb your system performance. Somebody going and putting this query, show me the which product was sold last year, highest selling product, and all those things. So if you try to run this, it is going to stop your right transaction. Right transaction means somebody putting their sales data, somebody capturing financial transactions, somebody doing user creation, um, somebody doing any other business transaction. If somebody is running this kind of heavy report here, it is going to take up a lot of resources. It is going to take up the work process that are available. It is going to take up it is going to impact database, because he is going to connect to database and fetch that heavy data. So what basically they used to do, they will replicate your data. So let's say the data till last midnight, okay, let's say till 12 a.m. okay, all the data that is available here every day 12 a.m., all this data is copied into BI, let's say, here. And the query that we are discussing, okay, which is the highest selling product, is not run here. Now it is running here. So when I'm running this query, this is a separate server, this is a separate SAP system, and I use resources that are available here. And this system is purely for doing the live business transactions. So by doing so, the performance of this system is not impacted. I have a separate system, and when this load is happening, when they are sending data from here to here, they are basically here. The data is normalized data. So normalized data, if you know, normalized data is basically, for example, my user creation. When I create a user, I basically update 5 tables. I have address data in some other table. I have user to role assignment in some other table. I have user lock information, last logon information in USR02. Okay. I have another table for any other user related things. Okay, address data and so and so. So when a SU01 is done here, it basically updates file table. Now, when they want to load this data here as a history, okay, so they are not going to load file tables. They will because here you need to do transaction. That is why it is indexing and all those things. Here you are not doing transaction. Here you are running the queries. So this database is called as OLTP, Online Transactional Processing Database, and this is called as OLAP, Analytical Processing. This is transactional processing. You want to do more and more transaction, create user, create user, create user. Don't stop. I don't want a performance impact. Creating a user should be fast. Here, you are not doing a transaction. Here, you are finding, okay, who created that user? How many users created? When user logged in. So from this file table, they will do denormalization, and BI team will do all this. Like we are just taking SU01 example, but this will be the business tables actually, and they will let's say they decide, no, I want to load this user master as only one table. Okay, only one table. So when I want to do a query, I have all the data sitting here in one table. Here 5 table for write performance, here 1 table for read performance. Okay, this is the traditional structure. With SAP Hana, what they did, this is only one system. Okay, in one system you have both advantage. You can have speed of OLTP as well as you can do the analytic. So how they are doing? So we discussed they have moved things into RAM. So with RAM there is a high speed, there is high performance. So everything is in RAM now. Okay, and they will only connect to the database to transfer these contents back. And whatever is accessed frequently, everything is loaded into RAM. So whole like kind of your measure of your tables, measure of your data stays into RAM, and then it is very fast. You write here and you read from here very fast. So that is why these both the capabilities are available in S4HANA. You can put complex queries and get the results. Like for example, if you run the same query in ECC, let's say it takes 1 hour to run that query and give you the result. If you run the same query in S4HANA, it gives you in 2 minutes, 1 minute. That much of the performance impact you will see. Like while executing SU01, you might not see the impact. Okay, in ECC also I used to create user, S4 also I create user, and I don't see any big improvement as such. But when you see the business transactions, that is where you will understand, okay, when you do some complex processing here, it takes 1 hour, 1 day as well, and here it takes minutes or seconds. That fast it is. Okay, and in S4HANA, another thing they have come up with the column row store and column store tables. So I don't want to go too much detail here, but if you can go and Google around later, okay, how they are achieving this high performance. So you can go and Google around in S4HANA. Maybe we will cover it later again when we are discussing on HANA database. That time we will cover. But basically they are using row store capabilities, and then because of that all these analytics become very easy. So maybe we'll discuss later when we are more closer to HANA sessions. We'll again touch this point, what is a row store and what is a column store. But with that, the SAP HANA architecture, this system becomes very faster, very faster. And because of that new functionalities that they are deploying, some transactions which are done in ECC might not be available in S4. Okay, so if somebody has worked on the conversion project, you might know the user master or vendor master, it was done here separately, and now those transactions are no more available. So you will have to use the Fury apps to do that transaction because they are not aligned to target architecture. Here they were updating, let's say, the infrastructure wise, they were touching some row store tables because everything was row store here. And here those tables are converted into column store. So that is why it is no more matching with the target architecture. In future, they are going to continue with S4HANA and more releases there. So then there are some transactions which are no more available here. and then there are mandatory Fury apps. There are some transactions which are, let's say here, let's say SE16 was there, let's say, and here they have new SE16H for HANA, let's say. So likewise, we will see old transaction is replaced with the new transaction, and likewise. So in a nutshell, the S4 HANA is a in-house and very fast database, and that is the target architecture or future architecture that they are going to follow. And it is in-memory computing capabilities. That is why it is real-time data processing and analytics. Both the things are possible here. Okay, so like we discussed, in-memory database. So the in-memory computational engine is there, and most of the data is available here, and that is why it is from RAM it is retrieved and written faster, and that is why analytics and faster data access and real-time processing is possible in S4HANA. So with S4HANA, I mean, technically we discuss how they are making it faster, but they have simplified the modules. Okay, so they have simplified finance and they have enhanced, upgraded the modules. They have, like we discussed, they have some functionalities they have discontinued them because they don't meet the target architecture. Some new transactions they have created, and some Fury apps they have created. The mandatory Fury apps. So you don't have a transaction for that functionality. You must do that functionality with Fury. So that is how they are moving towards the simplified data model. Okay. It eliminates the redundant data like tables, aggregates, and that is how they are making it faster and faster. Okay. Single source of truth. So with S4 HANA, like the diagram I draw, it was for BW, but then you have your MDG, your master data sits in a different system, and you have multiple systems. So your master data is another system. So they are trying to reduce the multiple systems, and they are bringing that functionalities to a single source of truth. So, like we said, you no more create a customer or vendor master data separately. It is done with Fury app, and it is system wide. So you have one single source of truth. Okay, all your business data is stored here, and it is available for real time processing, and reconciliation and replication across different modules happening within the S4. So that is how it becomes more usable and more faster, and bringing in more functionalities. So it's not that S4 HANA is just faster. It is, the modules are more advanced. It has additional functionalities, and it is like real value to the business. That is why SAP is like they are going to make it compulsory later. Maybe they extended 2 times the ECC support timeline, but maybe in future when the ECC support is closed, everyone will have to move to S4 HANA. Okay, and that is a big journey in a way. So some of you might get that opportunity to work on your respective clients to convert from their ECC system to S4 system. So all these are technical benefits, embedded analytics and simplified modules like STFI. Now we have asset management, finance, manufacturing. So these are integrated with one another, and there have been smart enhancements to how those modules will work with each other. And that is how the S4 HANA is the future of SAP. So, Subhash, there are two things. The user management, like from security side, if we talk, there are no huge differences. We will still create the user and role with SU01 and PFCG. But additionally, like, Fury, there are mandatory Fury apps. Okay. Or let's remove the mandatory word. Even previously in ECC also we have Fury. So when you want to grant the access to Fury, you will use that services. Okay, OData services, or you will basically use that IWSV, IWSG, and we will talk on that. We have the Fury session as well. So you will have to you will have to add the catalogs to the role. If you are using
groups,
if you are using group, then group also. If you are moving to the latest Fury 3.0 where page and space is there, so I will show you that as well. So you in that case groups are not needed. Then you can use the spaces. So then you add the catalog, you add the group or space based on what approach you are taking, and you use the transactions. And basically the authorization part of PFC stays the same. One change for us is, I think, if you guys have created business partners, okay, I think it is needed in CRM system or solution manager. We have to create the business partners. But in S4, the BP creation or the business partner creation is basically a Fury app now. And this is my SU01 user, and I have BP number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Subhash. In ECC, you can still go and remove this and maybe make another BP for Subhash. Okay, create another BP number. But in S4 with target architecture, they don't have that functionality to create it manually. So you will have to go to maintain employees Fury app, I think. To maintain employee Fury app. And here, once you go and you create a BP for Subhash, that is a full and final BP. This is one change from security end, from security side. And this business partner creation, it can be security task, it can be business task. Okay, it depends like how the project designs. But this is a Fury app maintain employee. Okay, this is a Fury app maintain employee. This is where you do the BP. But from security side, if we talk purely on security end, there is no big difference. Yeah, T codes might change, Fury apps might change. So your role design will change. When you are moving from ECC to S4, there are three kind of categories. Okay, category number 1, T code gone. Okay, no more available. Category 2 is T code replaced. Okay, example SE16 was replaced, let's say SE16N. Okay, sorry, SE16H. Just giving a random example. Okay, don't consider this is the actual data. And number 3, number 3 is auth updated. Okay, T code gone, it is no more available. There is another subcategory here. Okay, either it is totally gone or a Fury app is gone. So BP is a category. This is no more available, and you use the Fury app maintain employee. Okay. Okay. Second category is, let's say, a T code. Let me say XYZ was a T code. Okay, and it is not available. Nothing. This is gone. No T code, no Fury app. You cannot do this. Full stop. This is functionality. This is change number 1. Change number 2, T code is replaced. So you have enhanced new T code. Fine, all good. What you will have to do, you will have to find out the roles where you have SE16. You have to connect to the respective departments. Say this is gone, this is new T code. Make yourself familiarized with this T code, how to use SE16H, and give your approval. We will remove SE16. We will add SE16H. Okay. In this case, you will have to go and tell them this is gone. Okay, you are basically the people who are involved in the project from business side. Yeah, they will also know. But yeah, basically you will say no, this is no more available. Either you use make a Fury app or just remove that functionality. This is not available, no more. This is gone. And the third thing is technical upgrade. So where, let's say SU01 for example. Okay, SU01 let's say previously has S underscore user underscore GRP, let's say. This was a authorization object, and let's say it was mandatory in ECC. Now S4 says it is optional. This is also a change. It can be other way around, like it was optional before. Now SAP has in S4 it is a mandatory. So if it was optional, your role might not have S user GRP for this transaction. But now it is mandatory, so you will have to incorporate that into your role. Another kind of change is default values. Firstly, SAP did not give any no defaults. Now in S4, they give default. So you will have to analyze this. It can be other way around. Previously, they used to give a default value like S user GRP, SU01, I give 01, 02, 03 as a default value. And now they in S4, they make it, okay, I want 01, 02, 03 and F4 additional for search. If you go somewhere and try to search user, it will check if you have 03 or not, if you have F4 or not. F4 is basically search. So now F4 is a new activity that they came into picture. So this is how these are the basically high level security categories where you will have to work on with the business, work on with the stakeholders to put the security side changes from ECC to S4. This will be important. This will be key. And main thing will be SU25, SU25, where SU25, where all these things will be applicable. So what is happening? These all changes, they will be available here. In SU25, you will be able to see which roles are impacted, which T codes are replaced, which T codes are gone, where SAP is giving you changes into the default values or authorization object. Firstly it was there, now it is not there, or it was there before, now it is no more recommended, likewise. Okay, so this is a main big exercise when you are making that journey to move from ECC to S4. And if you are doing a fresh implementation, then it is very easy. In that case, if it is a greenfield fresh implementation, then what happens at business level also, they will sit sit back and they will design, okay, how, what will be my future business process. And if you are doing a technical upgrade, like you are moving the, just changing the system, like let's say we are on the Teams, okay, we are comfortable here, and tomorrow Microsoft says no, Team is no more applicable. There is another Team 2 software, you have to move there. Then what will do? Okay, what I need to do, I need to talk to participants. These are my basic functionalities. I need to understand what is staying. If this button, mic button, is gone from tomorrow, what button they have, and I will have to make use of that button. I'm not using new functionality of Team 2 here. Okay, in this journey, we are nowhere talking that okay, these are additional reports, these are additional functionalities. We are just talking, okay, how you do business. Now this is the absolute necessary way to do your business in S4. That is a technical upgrade. That is called as brownfield. And in greenfield, basically you will have a new S4 system, and you might sit together and do a fresh design. Okay, these are the functionalities that we will use, and so and so. And then in that case, you don't have this headache. Basically, they will tell you this Fury app, these T codes will be part of this role. Yeah. So custom transactions, what will happen basically? Since they are not SAP delivered, you won't see them in any of this category. But again, when development team will run their code, the compatibility check, that time the way that program is written, okay, the way the tables that he's accessing, if that table is no more available, so it will tell you this T code needs changes, and that change is not at T code level. Basically, the way the T code is written. So that will fall under development work, where all the custom code, they will have to go through the checks and make sure they are still aligned with the target architecture. And if any changes, they will have to remediate. But since it is not SAP delivered, so it doesn't fall in any of this category. So SAP is not going to tell you the default object, default values, or any new replacement. But yeah, you have to run through that functionality, the tools that SAP delivers, to check if that is matching the target architecture. So now, just a little bit clarification. So landscape and that R2 and R3, that is a two different terminology. So R2, R3 is how that three tiers, basically where they reside, whether they reside on two servers or three servers. And landscape is how many systems, how many such systems you are putting in a transport path. Okay. So as we discussed, the three system landscape is SAP recommended, minimum three system, and you can have more based on the project requirement. So three system will consist of a development, quality assurance, QS, and a production. Okay. So SAP architecture is a technology framework of SAP. It can change with the time. So like we were discussing, from ECC to S4, it was a big jump. Okay. So underlying technology, like HANA technology, is changed. Table structures are changed. Um, any their DDK libraries, or the way functional modules, or bodies, BAPIs, all those things, like SAP, the way SAP delivered their product, they might have changed. Okay, and with every upgrade or every release, there might be some changes. Okay, not every release is a major release from security perspective, because we don't see that from smaller releases. T codes are gone or such things. But yeah, when it is a big jump, it can happen. Okay, so technology can change underlying structure. The way SAP has delivered the product, it can change. ECC 6.0 to the recent one S4, the architecture can change, but the landscape stays as it is. So what our landscape is, from development to quality, quality to production. Okay, and this is minimum 3-tier landscape which is SAP recommended. Okay, so the changes that are done in dev, they are sent to quality. From quality, when testing is fine, they are sent to production. So sandbox. Um, so you might see a sandbox system in your projects, which is isolated one, which is there and it is not part of any transport path. Okay, so you do some configuration or some testing or some proof of concept in sandbox, and it is never transported. It is just there to see whether this thing works fine, it is working as expected or not. Okay, so when a project is implemented, initial stages, you will see a sandbox server is created, and you will do all the customization, or rather you will see all, let's say tomorrow SAP release a security note, or something like in our space there is a note to improve how SU01 works, let's say. So what is usually done, the project team will try to implement that note in a sandbox system. They are not going to transport it there, because see, if you do it in development, the development, if you transport, it is going to capture in development. It will be part of a transport, and then you have to deal with the transport. But sandbox is a separate server. So there is no transport path. It is a standalone system where you can do all your configuration and see how the system is behaving. Okay, with that. And with this three system landscape, the recommended approach is, this is your dev, this is your quality, this is your production. Okay. So let's talk of security term. Okay. So our PFCG role. Okay. So my role one. Okay. Here is also that role one when it is transported, and here will be also role one, production version. Okay. So the recommendation is, whatever T codes and authorizations that are available in role one, they should be same across the landscape. And what could be the reason for that? Anyone would like to tell? What will go wrong if they are different? So negative impact on changes. So like, let's say role one, I have a request to add XYZ transaction. Okay, I started here and then somebody says, oh no, we don't need that. Leave it, drop it. So if I still keep that XYZ here, okay, it is not here, it is not here. And one day when somebody has touched this role again for making any changes, this XYZ T code will go here and will go here. Okay. So unintentionally you are opening more access. Same way negatively, if you are removing, somebody says remove this T code and then they said no, it is still needed. But if it is removed from here, and when you transport, it will be gone from here, and then it can have a negative impact on production. So something that you don't know. If people were extensively using, it can be a save one issue as well. If it was a highly used transaction, and if you made any changes, like authorization object was removed by mistake or because of some any other change, or you added something and then it went into production, not as a desired change, it might add SOD risk, right? So there is a negative impact on the system. So the recommended approach is, you should have these three rules in sync. And now we are talking of another box, which is a sandbox here. So again, sandbox also has rule one. Okay, but nobody is going to transport this rule one to here. So if tomorrow, let's say, we are trying to implement some new functionality, like let's say how how the time management will work. Let's say tomorrow we decide, okay, let me see, we are trying to bring in the timesheet into the system. Till now we don't have a timesheet functionality. We are not using SAP timesheets. Now I want to bring in. So they do the configuration here, and for timesheet, let's say they ask us to add cat 2, cat 3, some T codes to role. So we updated the role, and then they said no, this is not of use. Leave it. So in that case, that there is less harm, because this role one is not going to be transported to any of the system. But yeah, if they say, yeah, okay, this looks good, let's implement this functionality, then they will do the same. They will, and us, we will do the same thing in role one. We will add the transaction. We are not going to download, upload role or transport role from here to here. So that is why sandbox. So sandbox is this kind of system. You initial stage of your project, you will do the customization, configuration, apply some note and see how do the POC, proof of concept, if that thing is working or not. That is where sandbox will be. Development server is, as we discussed, development is where you finalize, yeah, I want to do this development. And then whatever you do, there are two type of requests. Either it will be a workbench request or it will be a customizing request. So it will be captured in respective request, like our role change, etc. It will be a customizing request. And if you are doing and customizing request is client dependent, okay. And workbench request is where you will send that request, and workbench is where your development objects are. So from security perspective, we have our SU24 changes or workbench changes. So if you are making any changes to SU24 T code, they will be captured in workbench and they will be transported along, right? So those two kind of changes, and two kind of request we have, transport request. And production server, as you know, this is the final and most refined stage where the actual work is done. So either if you are working on an implementation project, so when you want to go live, let's say few days before that, this server is built. Okay, production server is built, and that server is that system is very, very important, because that is where the actual business data is going to be loaded. So what happens when the, let's say in a project phase, again we have the session on project phases as well. But when you have, let's say the business is using some other system, they are not on SAP, but they are using let's say Microsoft ERP currently, and they want to go ahead and they want to migrate to SAP. Then this project, let's say it is happening from a year, you build a sandbox, from sandbox you did, okay, I'm going to do all those things, you build a development, then you move your project to testing phase, you did all the testing, and then now you are near go live. So you build this production system, and whenever the go live is planned, the existing business will be stopped. They won't do any order, or they won't do any business processing. They won't process even a stock movement or anything. And all those things, like their open order or supplier ko kuch material send, whatever say they have sent something, they have to yet to receive. They have sent vendor some order, send me 100 phones, and they are yet expecting the phone delivery. So all those things are closed, and then that data is converted and send it to this production system. So from Microsoft ERP, data is extracted, converted, and loaded to SAP. And once they receive now those 100 phones, they are not going to accept in Microsoft. They are going to accept in SAP. Yeah, I received 100 phone, and then SAP, it will have, yeah, I have stock of 100 phone automatic. And likewise, the movement of stock or anything, then that thing will happen here. So that is called as go live, and this server or this system is most critical. So from SOX perspective, okay, and not only from SOX perspective, even perspective from security perspective, like the real data. So let's say our social security numbers, okay. So everything is here in this system, actual data. And for testing purpose, what they can do when they are loading the data in quality, because quality is, you might know this, they refresh the data frequently from production to quality. So this has actual data. So this is my actual data. And when they want to copy it here, they will scramble it. So they will scramble this data. They will scramble this data. So let's say my phone number, for example, if it is here, if it is my phone number is like this, let's say J, let's say J, and my phone number is 1234. Here, when loading, they will make it K and they will make it 476, something like this. And then all this data is scrambled here. So tomorrow, when I am doing some functionality test, because quality, there will be contractor, there will be project team involved. They should not get real data. They should not see, okay, this person J, this is his social security number. No, they will have a scrambled data, they will have masked data, and likewise. So that is how the project is delivered or project phases work. You do the development here, you move the changes, you transport the changes to quality, you test the changes in quality, and once everything is fine, you get the approvals and move the changes to production. So here, 3-tier architecture. We discussed this last time. Presentation layer, all your GUI work. Application layer, you have multiple applications. And in database, you have database for that application system. Yeah, so I think we already covered this, what presentation layer and all the architecture done. Database layer, database system, presentation layer consists of components, ABAP and Java stack. So it can be Fury app, it can be WebDin Pro, it can be GUI transition. So that is all different kind of presentation. Okay, on component side, I think this is a little bit what basis would cover in their trainings. So they have the message server. Okay, so message server is used to communicate basically to distributed dispatchers in a web system. So there is a dispatcher. Okay, if you will Google around, you will see the main component, the technical component wise, there is a dispatcher. So what dispatcher does, let's say there are 100 people trying to connect to the SAP system. The dispatcher will decide which application server will take that request, where to send that request. Okay, so message server will receive the messages, and then it will be sent to the dispatcher queue, and dispatcher queue will store the multiple work processes. So in a SAP system, let's say there are 15 dialog processes available. Let's say here we have the 15 processes available, 15 different processes I have available, 15. Okay, and then the request will come here. So I have 15 processes and I have a dispatcher here, my dispatcher here. So it will decide, and then I have another. So yeah, so here I just draw this dispatcher. Okay, so here all these requests, different requests are coming here, and the dispatcher will decide which all applications. So like this is my one application, this is my another application server, this is my another application server. So the dispatcher centrally here, it will decide. So let's say everyone has 15 processes, 15 work processes available. Now when the first request comes, let's say this request is sent here. This request is sent here, let's say request 1. Then second he sent here, third he sent here. Then here you will see, okay, now from 15, 14 are available, 1 is occupied. The same with all the servers. Then let's say this request is a huge request. It is taking time. This one is small, finish early. This one is also small. So likewise, all the requests will come here. Here, and dispatcher will decide and dispatch the request to multiple application servers. And then this available 15 processes, they will basically, these processes will be used to complete the work. Okay. So when we log in, if you go and see SM04 or maybe SM51, you will see how many work processes, how many application servers are there, SM50, and you will see how many are occupied and how many are available. And there are some dedicated for background jobs. So some are dialog, some are background. And based on that, the dispatcher will decide where to send the request. Okay. So dispatcher queue will store all the multiple work processes and types. And then dispatcher is used to distribute the work to actual work processes. Okay. And then gateway is basically a communication between SAP and external systems. There will be gateways and there will be ABAP work processes. So this is the actual work processes which will execute the steps. So like when we do SU01, we go into SAP system, we will see our name and we have occupied a work processes. Okay. Another memory, another components is memory pipes. This is used to manage the communication. So I think this is more of a basis kind of, from security side, this is good to know, but this is more of a basis side details, how the actual SAP system takes the request and how it will distribute. Okay, so NQ server, it will handle the locks. Lock in the sense, let's say I go and I try to edit a user 1, and then at the same time, as you know, second person tries to go, it will tell this user is already locked by person 1. So that is how this NQ server will handle the locks. So only one person should access a particular write transaction data, and if you try to display the same user, it will allow you to display, because display is not going to lock the data. But if somebody is going into SU01 and editing that user, so he might change his first name, last name, or change the roles. So that is why second person cannot go and lock the same person, cannot edit the same person, because it is locked in NQ server. And if you go and do the SM12 transaction, you will see what all lock entries are created in the system, who is locking which data. And Java dispatcher, so responsible client and via presentation. So it is going to get the request and it is forward to servers for processing. So I think it is looks like for more like for a Java or web intro side requests.
Let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP GRC Access Control? Option A, to manage user access rights and segregation of duties. Option B, to monitor financial transactions. Option C, to develop custom security reports. Option D, to handle data archiving. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to master SAP GRC Access Control? Our course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP GRC Access Control. It's like a toolbox for managing who can access what, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are here to support you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they have found it incredibly useful. And the best part, it's super affordable. Ready to become SAP GRC Access Control Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
We are starting with the topic user administration. Please go through this disclaimer. This presentation, do not share this with anyone. This is purely for training purpose, and do not reproduce or take screenshots out of this presentation. And stick to the disclaimer that is provided over here. So what we'll try to do is set up some users for ourselves in GRC that we will use in future. So that way we have doing hands-on as well as creating some data that is useful for us. Okay. So I will just quickly run through the PPT and then we'll do it in system. So SU01 is the transaction. As we all know, we go here and we put the transaction and hit enter. And that way the transaction start, or if you have the transaction in your user menu, you can double click on that and that will start. Okay, so you put the username, there is a create, edit, display, delete, copy, lock, unlock, and password reset. These are the options available in SU01. The address data related to user last name is mandatory. The remaining fields are option. You can put whatever information is relevant, and there should be a default company in the project. So this whatever user master is created, that is allocated to a company. So create a new user account. So user types, yeah, this is important. So whatever users we create in real world, a named user who is a actual human, they will be dialog users. So basically these are the people who actually do a dialog login into the system and they are performing some task. Okay. In rare scenarios, you might create them as a service user for test system if the user ID is shared between larger group. The only benefit is, yeah, you can use the dialog steps with service user, but you don't need to change the password in first time login. And with service user, you can do multiple sessions. So let's say if we are sharing, let's say a GRC user, and then we want all of us or multiple people to be logged in at the same time, that user should be a service user. If it is a dialog user and if the system is configured not to allow multiple logon, so like the production system, you might see if you are logged in into the same system with same user ID somewhere, and you are trying to re-log in, it will ask you to terminate one of the session. Either you continue with the login session and the other session is terminated, or you cannot log in. So that is the difference between service and dialog user. System users are basically used to connect within multiple systems using RFCs. So this user cannot do a dialog login. You cannot log in with the system user password and perform any transaction. That is strictly for background processing and communication within the system. So communication user is used for the external RFC calls. Like system user, you cannot log in with the communication user. And the reference user is basically a user which is created to take reference from. So one use case is like, let's say you want some basic authorizations to be there with everyone, and you don't want that roles to be assigned again and again to all the people. So you can create a reference user and assign the access to reference user, and you can just, when you're creating a new user, you can put that reference user into the SU01. I'll show you where to put. By doing so, whatever authorizations are assigned to that reference user, that is already incorporated in the new users. So you don't need to reassign those roles again and again. Another benefit of this case will be if you have too many authorizations to assign. So from SAP side, there is a technical limit on how many profiles you can assign. There is no limit on roles, but one role is equivalent to one profile at least. And then if you have more authorizations into the role, it may be 2 or 3 profiles. The system will automatically generate. And then if you are assigning too many roles to a user, then it might max out. System will throw an error that you cannot assign more and more roles. So that time you can create a reference user, move your authorizations to reference user, put that reference user into SU01, and then whatever roles reference user has, on top of that you can assign extra roles into the actual SU01 of user. Okay, I'll show you where to put the reference. So these are the basically drop down where you can select what type of user is into the logon data. Password, you can either deactivate or generate a password, or you can type a password here, and that password will be initial password for the user. In the roles tab, we basically where we put the roles. Okay, and then with the role assignment, automatically the profile assignment will be done by SAP. Yeah, so you can see these roles generated profiles are basically profile for the roles that are assigned here in roles tab. Okay, we'll see these all the options in the system. So locking and unlocking of users. So based on the system parameters, how many time a password login, failed password login is allowed and user is locked, it can be configured. And based on that, either 5, 3, whatever is the company policy, the user gets locked. And then you can see when you go to the SU01, you can see what is the reason user is locked. So we'll see that in the system, and then you have the option to unlock, and then it will basically give you all the information. Okay, why it was locked, and you can refer the change logs as well. So it will tell you the exact reason, who locked, who unlocked this user, and all. Yeah. So administrator and a security team can basically lock, unlock, and this activity can you can also define the roles. Let's say this lock and unlock is handed over to service desk. So basically they don't need to log a ticket every time and send it to security. So if you delegate this task, then you can create a specific role for user locking and unlocking with the authorization objects. So and control it with the user groups. So service desk or level 1 can basically do the user unlocking activity for a specific set of users, not touching any super users or system users. You can do that as well as a use case. Okay. So we'll see all these things into the system. Lock, unlock, what is the procedure, deactivating an ERP password, we'll see. All right. So I hope everyone has received the RFC, the RDP credentials and SAP systems. Yesterday we shared the details over the chat. So the new participants can today try to connect and try to log in. All right, so I am logged in with GRC user 1. Okay, and I think from ZGRC2 onwards, it is shared with the participants. Okay, so let me create some users. Okay, we go to SU01 and let's create with SU01 one user. Okay, so put the user and hit create button. Last name is mandatory, so you can put the last name, and remaining fields are optional, email ID and all. And if you see here, the company code is assigned, the default company. So if you want to see, you can see the company details. Okay. So this is done in SUCOM. So there will be a company created over there, and then your employees are assigned to that company. Okay, in log on, let's make here you can choose what type of user is. So let us make it service, so I don't have to change the password. User group, here you can select the user group. So now this is a manager I'm creating, so I'm not putting any group here as such. This is optional, and if you want to create more groups, you can go to SUGR, and this is where you will see the groups that are available. So if we have to create a new group, let's say end user. Let's create the end user group. Save it here. Close this, and let's see if that is available here. Yeah, so I'm calling this person as end user. SNC, if SNC is configured, so this is for single sign-on or passwordless login. So if this is activated, you can put the SNC string, and based on the Active Directory logon that is done on the system, user can log in without password. User defaults, what date, time, what time format, what decimal notation, what output define, output device, all these things you can configure. Okay, this is specifically to this particular user. If you don't provide the values, it will be what system default values are. And if you want to change, you can change it here. Parameters, you can pass on some default values over here. How particular transaction will work, or what are the user preferences that he has saved. They will go here as parameters, and then some T codes have parameters assigned to them, so you can assign the parameter values here, and then based on that particular that T code will behave that way for that user. So if he saves some preferences, it will go here as a parameter. Okay. Now in roles, we actually need to assign the roles. So okay, let us open the display T code. So SU01D is basically for display. Okay, so ideally, if you have everything automated, all the provisioning activities, and you don't want your system to be open for even security team to make any manual assignment, so SU01D can be part of their day-to-day access, and SU01 can be part of the firefighting activity. Okay, elevated access. So if because of some genuine reason or some business emergency or any technical challenges, if a user change is required, a firefighting activity can be done, and all the ticket information, approvals, everything can be attached to that particular firefighting session. And then, as we discussed in the overview section, EAM, all the logs and everything will be generated, will be sent to the approver, and they can review, yeah, this activity was correctly performed for that particular requirement. So, SAP GRC, whatever roles we have on our user ID, let's just put it to this person. Okay. Okay. So there are duplicates. It will be removed. So you cannot assign the same role with same start date and end date again. So if I have to assign this role, I mean it's not needed, but in case of business roles, it happens basically. So we will come to that section. I will again touch base. So let's say this role is part of multiple composite roles or multiple business roles. Then in that case, same role will be assigned to user with multiple start date and end date. So if I have assigned one composite role which has this role effective today, and then after 2 days I assign another composite role which again has this business role. So you will see multiple occurrences. And here another important thing is, if you go here and see, is it a direct assignment or indirect assignment? Is this equal to means it is directly assigned. And if this is assigned as part of any composite role, so you will see indirect assignment here. Okay. So you will see a profile kind of picture here, and if it is equal to, that is direct assignment. Okay, so this is important. You can remove the directly assigned roles, but if it is part of composite or something, you cannot remove it manually. You have to remove the composite role. Okay, let's go to the profiles. See here, whatever is this kind of logo, if you see in roles, that means that is generated profile. And if I assign something directly, so you will see this is this is a composite profile, but this is directly assigned to user. So let me remove. Right now I'm not assigning. I think all of our users have SAP all. So just not to face any challenges later, I will assign it here. Okay. And another user group, you can assign the extra user groups over here to categorize this user. So this user group is basically for the SU01 master data, like where this user falls in, where to count this user. But this user groups, you can assign additional multiple user groups, like let's say this person is a manager and I want to assign a separate manager group to this person, and later I'm trying to do some reporting or use this user groups to perform more activities. We can do the more groups assignment over here. Okay, this some personalization for user. Okay, we don't touch this more. And license data is important. So how this user is licensed? Okay, so these are all SAP delivered licenses, and then based on what kind of authorizations user has and how the organization has purchased the licenses, the license assignment can happen. And this is useful when SAP will do the consolidation and bill the customer based on how many active users or whatever way they have defined the contract. If it is user based, if it is small organization, it can be based on the revenue generated or the purchase order or the sales order based on that, or the functionality activated. So likewise. Okay, so I'm saving this user. Okay, so we successfully created a user. Okay, now let's see edit option. Okay, edit also you can go and do the same things that we just did, everything that you can do. Okay, delete a user, display user, copy a user. If you want to copy this user as it is, like I did a fresh creation for this user. Now let's do a copy. Okay, now I want to do a role owner copy of this user. I'm creating a new user, copying from here. Okay, so here we can choose what we want to copy. Let's say I copy everything. So now I don't have to go and fill this data again. All I need to do is worry about the password. And you will see here deactivate the password and generate the password. If you want to get a complex password, SAP generated. And let me save. Okay, this is another user. Let me create the security team as well. Another doing the copy. Okay, but here I want to assign a user group security, Z security. So we will make use of this user group to identify which person is a security team. Okay, so we have the option to use user group, or we have the option to specifically use this particular role. And in GRC, we can configure which all people are actually security team. Okay, when we do the agent configuration. So for now I'm using this user group Z security to figure out who all are the security person. Okay, so this will be my user group here. And then these users are basically the end users we created. Okay. So what else? I can quickly show the change document as well. So you can go to information and change document, or you can go to SUIM transaction. And by default, this user is put here. But if you don't know the details, you can remove the user as well and try to search. Let us see this user. And today, let us see what all activities user perform. Okay. So this is how you will get the change document. So these three users, user created, and all the things that we performed, you see here, and transaction code that was used. And if I choose the roles as well, so let's choose the roles. You will see what all roles are assigned. If I remove anything, it will be here. So this T code will be useful to see the logs and why a particular user access is removed, or if user started facing any issues and he said I had the access, you can go and check is any role removed from user, or who removed that, and see the timestamp and then try to relate what was the reason to take out the access. You mean to say a reference user, how many more users can refer
Yes.
that user? I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think so. Actually, it is a limited use. Nobody uses it widely. But yeah, we have seen that use case with the maximum profile. So also that will happen when you have too many company codes in your system. So if let's take an example of many people are from DuPont. So if DuPont has, let's say, 100 company codes in one system, and then like we talked yesterday, one person belongs to one plant, and then if that person is again performing duties in, let's say, 5 more plants, okay, he is responsible for 5 plants, and you have plant level roles or company code level roles, and then that person has to get let's say 4 or 5 composite roles per company code. Then you end up assigning him 25 to 30 composite role, and each composite role, let's say, have 10, 15, or 5 to 10 single roles. Then this becomes way tedious. He might have limited set of T codes, because each and every role is assigning the limited T codes and limited same set of authorizations, but only the organizer structure values are different. So in that case, what happens, that user profile gets maxed out. Okay, and then either GRC is doing the provisioning, then also it will fail. And if you're doing manually, that time also it will fail. So let me show you where to put that. Okay, so let's say go here, and in roles, yeah, here you can put that reference user. Yeah, you can create a reference user, let's say um, reference user end user, and then whatever bare minimum authorizations you want to assign, you assign it to that user and put it here. So that authorizations plus this authorizations, this is what this user get. Now, automatically, I mean, as a standard functionality, you cannot, because if you go to the SU01 and you as a security team, you have all the authorizations. But if you're trying to delegate these things, like I said, if you want to pass on this functionality to level 1, let's say, and then like we discussed the password reset, you can control the authorizations. You can create a role, okay, with limited authorizations, where let's say you put the role naming in such a way, and you put the particular order all our authorization objects underlying SU01, like which user group you can edit the user to. So you can create a sub role with SU01 access, where it is limited to, let's say, like end user here, and then what roles that person is allowed to assign. So automatically system is not going to pick like I assign ZSEC as a user group and assign all these roles. But you can create a limited version of role, and let's say you want to delegate this functionality to a particular person in, let's say, a department or a site. Okay, you can do the maintenance for your user group, your user group users. So if somebody needs a password at particular site, that person will come to you first before they submit a ticket for security. And then that person checks, okay, what is wrong with this user? And he can do a limited user maintenance. So that is possible. But as a standard functionality, you cannot do. You can do some customization, or you can use GRC to do some of this part as a automation. Yeah, some configuration, not exactly like you just select the user group, and because that is not possible. The purpose of user group is to figure out where this user belongs to. Okay, so you will not basically create 500 user groups and say user group like supply chain coordinator and particular company code, and then that is not how it is. Basically, you will do, let's say, user group based on functions, for example. So like we created security, you will have basis, you will have development or project team, you will have support team, IT department, you will have then HR department, supply chain department, and you will have maybe 10-20 user groups to categorize where this user belongs to. And another benefit is, like, let's say there is a IT risk in end user. Okay, how this is useful? So I have this person called out as the end user, and then when we are running the report or when we see the dashboard, okay, this person from end user group has a HR risk. That is not normal, and then that is easily catching the eyes. No, something wrong with this user. Either it has wrong roles assigned, or this user is categorized as a wrong user. It is part of HR department, or it is part of IT department. So that is use of this user group to do some maintenance, to do reporting um, based on where user falls. No, authorization matrix is how you design the security. So roles is a different part. This is basically how you design your security. So when you are in a project, or that time you will have the discussion with functional team POCs who are basically nominated from respective function. So we as a security team, we don't take the call. Like for an example, let's say there is a supply chain coordinator. Okay, so Z underscore supply underscore code. Let's say this is our naming, and this is for 1,000 company code. Okay, so what we will decide is what all values are tagged to 1,000 company code. This will be provided from respective functions. So let's say the plant manager, plant maintenance team will give us, okay, 1,000 company code has these 3 plants. Okay, so when we are creating role, we will know, yeah, these 3 plants we need to maintain. Then respective sales team will give the sales organization, and there will be a set of organizational structure that will be finalized. So any new role we'll create for 1,000 company code, it will have the same values. We don't need to go and ask again what company code, what plant we need to maintain. But T code side, what transactions this role will have, so that will be provided by supply chain department. Okay, so they will look into the what authorizations they want to assign to this person who is a supply chain coordinator. So there are too many T codes. They will decide, yeah, this functionality this person can do. This is his scope. This is outside of his scope. And like one functionality, as you know, in SAP there are many ways to do the same functionality. Okay, you have the direct T codes, or you decide a route, approval path, or some functional, some business process is defined in a project where they will decide, yeah, this T codes or this path will take for this do this activity. And based on that business process document, they will create, or they will map the T codes, and then we will basically create this role. And whoever is supply chain coordinator, we have to assign this role to that person. And where, which company code, like we have 2 company code, 1,000 and let's say 2,000. So if somebody belongs to 1,000 company code, we will assign the respective role. If somebody is 2,000 company code supply chain, we'll assign. If it is both, we will have to assign both. Or alternative, we can create a all role as well, supply chain code underscore all. So if somebody is catering all the company codes, you can assign that role. With that, you limit that role assignment part, how many roles you have to assign. Okay, but not as an automation. Like this is not the purpose that you just select a particular user group and automatically everything happens. The security is not that simple. Okay, I will tell you here. If it is configured in the T code, okay, so um, the development team or ABAP team, they don't touch the SAP code, and that is never recommended. So for example, if SU01 is our T code, okay, SU01 is our T code, okay. So never ever any ABAP team, unless and until absolute necessary, to touch this T code, standard code, because when you upgrade, it is a headache for you if you touch the functionality, and that is not recommended. So how SU01 behave? There are 5 authorization objects. It is not role based. This is standard security. So let's say S underscore user underscore GRP. Okay. So when you say you have the same set of roles, that means you have same set of authorizations. If you have same set of authorizations, the standard security is behaving same for 2 user. But if you want to do a ZSU01, create, like, copy the code that is SAP delivered, exact copy. Okay. Create a ZT code, and in this ZT code, in the beginning or end, somewhere they put a logic based on the user group. Okay, now you are saying user group. Then this particular T code is doing exact same functionality of SU01, but okay, plus extra check on user group. So what he is doing, when you open the ZSU01, it goes and check you have a display user group. It won't show you all this button. It will basically stop you. Or if you try to do something, it will tell, no, you don't have the access. It will look like this, SU01D. Okay. So this is what can be done, but at T code level, because the authorizations is standard. You assign the authorizations, you assign the same roles. That means the 2 user has same access. But when T code starts, how T code decide, that is up to the T code. Like, there are some standard T codes. Let me show you. SQ01, for example. Yeah. So if somebody has SQ01 access, like you and me, we both have SQ01. But you see here, there is option to assign user groups. Okay, these are queries from my user group. What user group I have? Okay. So this is a standard functionality. So this T code will behave. If you go to SQ03, you will see. Let me see ZGRC1. Okay, here you can see this is the standard T code. This is the standard functionality. It is allowing me to select the user groups. So for this user, when he goes in, he will see something else, even if he has the same authorizations as another user, because he has different user groups, and second user has a different user group. But SAP, and nobody will recommend you doing the customization, like have the same roles. That is not at all recommended. So what you can do is, like, this is the real-time scenario as well. Z underscore SAP underscore security underscore maintain, for example, or change. So you created a role. Okay. You created a role. This is your maintenance role. You create another role. Okay. Z underscore sec underscore display, and then also assign the display T codes over here. You assign this role to a person who needs to do a display activities. You assign this role to a person who needs to do maintenance activities. And only customization comes into picture for absolute necessary. So SAP will not recommend. You have the standard functionalities available, and that is what the security is based on. You have the authorization objects tagged to your transactions. Yeah, if required, if you have some additional requirement, and if it is not fulfilled by standard authorization objects, then only you go and create extra authorization objects. So like we discussed, if for user group restriction, this object is already there, SAP will not recommend you because it is already there, and you are assigning star over here, all the user group authorizations, and then unnecessarily we are creating a Z authorization object here. Okay, it is Z underscore GRP. Yeah, and then restricting, like putting extra code into SU01 to restrict how it will behave. That is not recommended. You already have a standard authorization object. Why not use this? The lock, you can see this user is not locked. Then you click this lock. So if you want to lock, basically, so if you go to lock and lock this user and check, it will tell it is locked by system manager. So by this you understand it is locked by administrator. Okay. So it can be any reason. This person is terminated, or this person is moved to another department, and security team says you raise a new request and then only will unlock. Okay. So you can understand from here it is locked, and if it is password lock, it will tell you locked due to incorrect logout. So if I put 5-6 attempts of wrong passwords, then also it will get locked, and then it will tell incorrect logon. So you might be already using this functionality SU10, but this is a critical T code because it will impact a lot of users. Okay, so we need to be very careful, and especially in the production system, because once you do something, the logs are captured, and then you are basically answerable to the activities that are performed. So that is why SU10 is very critical, and we need to be very careful with the T code. So we'll see all these things in the system: create button, then the profiles, then the logs it will show you for mask creation. Okay, we'll see this all in live in system. Okay, let's finish with the PPT first, and then we'll go to system. So type of user A is basically dialog user. So regular dialog user where login is possible. And system will check for your initial password or expired password for dialog users. A user can change multiple logons, as we discussed, will be checked if they are allowed or not. System user, non-interactive, so you cannot log in and do a dialog steps over here. So system user, they cannot change end users, or basically this maintenance of system user is done by administrator only. And it is like, we also caution, we need to be very careful when you are touching any system user passwords, because these users are basically used in RFC communication. So by any chance, if the password is lost, I mean, you reset the password and we don't know what was the last password, or anywhere around, if password is changed, and like system will have some policy that you cannot use last 5 passwords or last 20 passwords. So even if you know the password, it is difficult for you to set it back, right? And as soon as you change the password, RFCs are going to fail, and it will either start creating dumps into the system, or the other system connections might fail, and it has wider impact. So any system user is basically owned by basis team or the functional team. If somebody is requesting any specific functionalities, like I'll give you an example. Let's say the SAP database is connected, and then there is a third party Oracle team who need to do some querying, and for that they ask us the system user to connect to their platform. If this user is locked, or password is changed, which is not maintained, their password and this password is now not in sync, then their functionality will be impacted. It will stop working. Okay, so we need to be very careful with the system user. Any password activities, locking, unlocking, this has to be like carefully discussed and coordinated well, and have proper approvals. So it doesn't fall onto the security team's plate that why it was changed. So communication user also same, but only difference is, as you see, the communication user password will expire. For system user, it is not expiring. For password communication user, it will expire and it has to be changed, and it will expire based on the system policy, what parameters are configured. Service user, as we discussed, dialog steps are available, and it is shared user between an anonymous group of users, like test users or something. And system will not check for expired or initial password during login. So you don't need to, like, if you create a dialog user and we set up a password, when somebody logs in first time, since it is the initial password, it has to be changed to a productive password. But in case of service user, it will not populate. So once you create the password, share it to the larger groups, it will stay as it is. Reference user is to additional authorizations. A quick summary, basically log on possible, not possible, multiple logons are permitted or not, password expires or not expired, and who can change the password. So this is SM59. Okay, this will be important T code for us to start the GRC configuration. Okay, very first step is to create the connection. Now, even if this GRC system is the same GRC system and we have to do the assignment or do the firefighting here, we still need to point this GRC to itself. Okay, so see this GRC to GRCC client 100, this is my RFC to the same system. You can see log on and security, the RFC user is maintained. Okay, now let's go to SU01 as RFC user. Okay, they have created a service user, but this should not be a service user. So this can be system or communication. So because this user, okay, what this user is going to do, any activities like, okay, we are talking in terms of GRC because this is our use case. So this is the GRC system itself. Okay, this is my GRC. Okay, and I have the S4 system here. This is our S4 system. Okay. So when we do a access request, okay, we want to create a user, we want to lock a user, we want to unlock a user, we want to do a deprovisioning, remove the roles, top up the roles, anything, everything we are going to do here. Okay, we are going to, one way is to go in SU01 or SU10, like we did now, created the user. You can go and do in S4, but that doesn't have the control. Like in audit, somebody will have to go to change log, then ask you, show me the approval based on what ticket or what approval you did this activity. So the whole use of GRC is to automate the same functionality, have the workflow approval everywhere at one place, and the system will do the assignment. Now, how it will do? If a user is created in S4, okay, so it will not be created by because I raise the GRC or I do some functionality. What it will do? It will go to that connector. So our connector in this case is this one, MD1 client 901. Okay. What it will do? It will go here and it will use this user to connect to system. Now, when we are pulling some data, let's say we are syncing the data, how many users are there, what roles are there in the system. So this user will be used to communicate to the system. It won't be my user because I am doing this activity. Okay. So this user needs to have the access, what activity we are performing. So since this user is used, definitely he's going to have wider access. And if we leave this user as a dialog user, or if we leave this user as a service user, and basis team knows the password, so there is a risk that we go log in with this user and perform some activities, and that is a audit gap. So this user will be used as communication or system. Okay. So this user will be used as a system user. So what happens, even if I know the password, I cannot log in. So this is purely to connect between the systems, and communication is the same purpose, only minor difference. So the password policies apply here. So this user should be system user. So we do not disturb any functionality. Like after 30 days, let's say password will expire. We have a policy every 30 days, you must change your password. So same policy will apply to communication data user. It will not apply to system user. So this user should be a system user actually. Let me change, make it a system user. Yeah, it will be based on your system policies. So the the profile parameters that are there. So RZ11. The base system will set here the policies, and that particular policy will apply. So see, all these parameters are related to security. So although they are maintained by basis, like multiple GUI login is enable or not, disable password logon, yes or no. Then multi-logon password expiration time, see this, for example. So you can little bit Google around this more. And since this is not, this is just fresh deployed system, it has all default values. But then in real case, okay, based on the organization policies, these values will be there. Like how many days you can, your password will expire, how many days your initial password will expire. So all those password policies will be applied. So in a simpler term, if we talk about this, all these activities that GRC will do, they are going to be done with RFC user. So one RFC user from here to here, another RFC user from here to here, to do the communication. And this communication, we don't want this communication to be disturbed with the password policies. So we will have this user as a system user. Okay. So this should be a system user. This is GRC, and see here you can see it is saying initial password, which is set by administrator. So if I know the password, I can log in with this user and perform the activities. That is not purpose. So it should be a system user. So now automatically we see that password, initial password is now changed to productive password, because this user, first thing, he cannot log in, and second thing, he don't need to change the password, and the password policies are not applicable. So this user won't suddenly stop working. If this user is locked out, or this user stop working, basically our GRC sync, our provisioning, everything is going to fail. Okay. So this is the basically use of system and communication user. Okay. And dialog user, service user is a real-time user. Service user is a test account or some anonymous account, and reference user is to take references. So you create let's say HR department user and assign all the bare minimum access to HR, and then any HR user you can go and use the HR here as a reference user. Let's create the 7 user accounts. Okay. So we'll create them in MD1, our S4 system. So what you can do, like we are in SU10. Okay. As I said, this is very critical T code. So now I put all the users and you don't see any full name. So that means they are not created in the system. Okay. If I put ZGR, you will see something, all these users are there. So GRC1 I put, you'll see the name is coming. So this user is already there. Okay. Let me remove this. So either you can put the users, or you can go to authorization data. You can use all this search criteria to search the users. Okay. So since we are creating new, so our user is not going to be found out in the system. So I just put it here and hit the create. Okay. So what this will do, now there are only certain things that you can do as a SU10. So when you create the user, you cannot provide a password. I want all 7 users to have same password. Or if you try to generate the password or change the password, it is not going to give you option to change it to one password. It will do a mass change and it will give you the system generated passwords. Okay. So what we are going to do, I'm taking this example intentionally. So I will tell you, if you have mass activities to be done on set of users, and SU10 is not going to give you that functionality, but you can use this individual maintenance to do it faster instead of doing it one user. So we'll see. Okay, I create these users. You can choose whether they are dialog users or type user group, and then this will be applicable to everyone. But you cannot give first name and last name. Only you can choose which company they belong to, because that is a individual user level maintenance. So you cannot do a mass change and put everyone's like details captured. This is first name, last name for user 1, user 2. So these common fields, defaults you can assign, parameters you can assign the roles to these users, profile, group, etc., etc. You can assign. So I'm saving these users. Okay, so you will see that these are all system generated passwords, random passwords. Okay, and then the user is created. Now, let's say we want to do the first name, last name. So what we will have to do, we will have to go to SU01, open user 1, change, do the first name, last name, come out, go to second user. So instead of that, we have this individual single maintenance functionality over here. So what you can do, put all the users, click on this single button. So now it is not going to do mass maintenance. It is going to do individual user maintenance. Let me double click on user one. Now you can see, we see the address data and all those things. Now let's say I want to add the test ID. So as soon as I hit save and I double click on second user, it is going to open on same tab. So see, I can do this faster way. Okay. So if I'm on roles tab, let's say if I'm putting some user group, let's say end user, but this is possible from SU10. I'm just giving you the example. User group is not there. Let's put some validity. All right. So I'm putting a validity saved. Now if I go to next user, it is going to open on the same tab. Okay. So I don't need to, like in traditional SU01, what you will have to do, you'll have to go here. Okay. Let's say this user, I go to logon tab. Then I put this date I wanted to put. Okay, done, save. It will come out. Go to user 2, change. Again, I'm going to start here. Again, go here. Again, do the same activity. Again, I will come back to the main screen. So this is useful when you have some mass maintenance that is still manually doable. Otherwise, you can go for scripts and all other options. But this is also a good to know thing. You can do the individual maintenance and stay on the same screen and just quickly do save, and individually you can maintain the users. Okay. Another thing, what we can do is lock, unlock, delete, single maintenance, change of user. Again, this will be mass change like creation. So it will open up only the things or only the fields that are applicable to all the users. So again, no first name, last name, likewise. No passwords. Either you can generate or deactivate, but you cannot provide a password. Like I want to set a password to all these users, same password. Okay. So then in that case, since it is manageable, I can go to single maintenance. I can go to the password screen and just paste the password here, save this user, click on second user, paste the password, save, and do it quickly. Okay. Like I can share one example. Okay. What we did in one of the project. Okay. Let me take the example of a go live. Okay. We'll spend 5 minutes on this. So when you have a go live, you basically have a list of users to be set up. And the go live list is basically the user master. Okay. Because they are real people. So let's say I have 500 people go live. Okay. So we have the 500 people list, their HR details, first name, last name, organization, manager, supervisor, and other additional fields, which department and all those things, email IDs and everything. So we'll pick and choose fields that we are interested in, and we will finalize, okay, I want to create the users, right? So 500 is the SAP users that I want to create. Now there are two ways. First is you do it with GRC. Okay. So with GRC, what option we have? See, this 500 user, they are not going to get the exact same role. So let's say we have 25 composite roles or business roles. Okay. Just taking a random example, we have 25 composite roles. Fine. So either we do it with GRC or we do it with SU10 and scripts. Okay. So let's discuss option number 1. What can be done here? And then we'll discuss option number 2. What we can do here. Okay. So 500 people and we have the role matrix, which person will get which composite role. We have 25 composite role. So let's say user number 1 is going to get 3 composite role. User number 2 is going to get 4. And it will be all random and different. It is based on the position mapping, what duties they are going to perform. Okay. So if you are using GRC, Can anyone tell me how they can submit the GRCs? So what we can do is, since we have 25 roles, we can prepare a role matrix, and instead of starting with user, we can start with the role. So 25 roles, we will submit 25 GRC. Okay, so 25 GRC, 1 GRC per role. If it is many users per role, then it can be split, like to avoid any system congestion or too much load on system. Let's say there is a common role that goes to all 500. So then you can have 2-3 GRCs. Okay, let's pick 100-150 users and submit 3 GRCs for that common role. So you will focus on the composite roles or business roles that are available and submit the GRC. You can have a customized workflow specifically for cutover and go live, where you don't need to go to managers and role owners for approval. Everything is done outside. You have the approvals, you have the list which is pre-approved. So in that case, you can create a custom workflow where there is no approvals or there is only security team approval. So with that, even if you submit the request for, let's say, 100 users and then they are getting one role, so it is not going to shoot the email to 100 managers and waiting for their approval or somebody to approve. You can create a path. So we will talk on this. We'll take an example. We'll create this path, let's say a simple cutover path or something, or a path with no approvals. You submit the GRC and automatically provisioning happens. So that way you can do this task using GRC. The benefit of this is, if you are using business roles, you must do this. You cannot assign a business role from SU01 or SU10 because that is a GRC entry. That business role doesn't exist in the system. Second way to do this, if you are using composite roles, so if you assign this in system directly, GRC can still understand when you sync that, yeah, this person has this composite role assigned. Okay. So for that, what you can do, like we saw, you can do SU10, or you can do a LSMW script, or you can do a GUI script or SECAT script. Any script you can do to create the user, another script to assign the roles. And then once this is done, you just sync all this data to GRC. So then both the systems are in sync. Whatever is assigned, whatever GRC says, GRC table says this user has assigned, it is actually assigned in the connector system. And whatever is actually assigned to the system is sync and send it back to GRC. So communication is happening. And then after go live, you basically no more do this kind of provisioning. So there is some hypercare period for test stabilization, 2-3 weeks or whatever they decide. After that, it has to be strictly support. So most of the attendees from this call must be using one GRC for a user or shared users, and that is all going through all the approval path. So ideally, GRC workflow will be like, first level, it will go to a user manager. Okay. Second level, it will go to the particular role owner, which role is getting assigned. So role owner has to agree and accept assignment. And then it comes to security or compliance team. If there is a segregation of duty risk, then that person has to do the mitigation part. And after that is done, it can be auto provision or it can go to the security based on the use cases. If you have some post steps to be done by security team, then it can come to security as well for approval. So you can decide who can approve what kind of request, what kind of approvals are needed, and so on and so on. Okay. So we'll check this all things in when we see the MSMP workflows. Okay. Then what you can do in the notification templates, you can just make sure the notification is sent to requester. Okay. You don't send the notification to users. So by doing so, whoever is submitting that mass request, whether he is part of that list or not, doesn't matter. If I'm submitting the request for 10 other users and the notification says this notification of request submission is going to go to the requester. So the mail will come to me. The user 1 to user 10, this role request is submitted. And same goes with approval. So that way you can separate this thing from a normal workflow where you are actually notifying the user. So no matter I submit the request or user or somebody submit the request, user is also notified that this request is submitted for you. So that is all is possible. Like based on little bit complex scenarios, you might have to do more configuration if you want to deviate from the standard functionality. Like in general, you are going to send it to users every time, like one user or normally. But now you are deviating from that standard functionality. So you can create a separate path and then you have full functionality, what you want to do, which steps it will go. Because what happens, all 10 users might not have same manager, right? So then again, it adds more complexity. Are you allowing one manager to approve on behalf of all other managers? Or you want, or let's say that 10 people have 4 managers, okay? So um, um, 1 and 2 and 3, they basically belong to manager 1. Then we have 4 and 5, they belong to manager 2. Likewise. So in a normal workflow, when we are doing one-to-one mapping, what you will do, this person request is submitted, it will go to user manager 1. If it is submitted for user 5, it is going to go to user 2. But if you are doing a CGRC where you are submitting access for all 5, then it will go to 1 and 2. And then you have the capability to decide whether one of them can approve or both has to approve. And then that is how the complexity increases. So you can have a separate user type or separate request type and have this particular configuration in place so that you don't disturb the existing functionality or the simple workflows that is for one user. Even make it simple, you can create a separate request type at all, and then don't add that authorization to the end users. You don't want this kind of scenario to be done by end user. So normally, let's say we have request type 1, okay, and which is like user create, okay. But you create after so and so, last user type is, let's say, user type 18, and you say mass user. So don't give this user type request type 18 access to all the users, because this is a mass functionality. This has to be done by security team. So you will have these authorizations in terms of authorization objects that are there in GRC. So only security team can submit this request. So if business is doing one-to-one user mapping, they can use this functionality. If they have this scenario, I have 10 people who need this role, they will do a ticket, send that request to security team, then security team will have all the approvals, and then security team can do this request. So it will stop basically users unintentionally selecting this mass user request type and doing some request wrongly, because this workflow and this workflow is different, and you don't want like this one user request by mistake somebody select mass user and then takes this path. Okay, so this is one way doing it. Second way is if you want to, like, if you're master in BRF plus, so what you can do, you have the same request type, but then in BRF plus you figure out a way to figure out the count of users that are there, and then based on that, or the request type is multiple, and then based on that you decide which path it will go. Okay, so that way also you can do, but that adds little bit more complexity. By doing this separate request type, you basically eliminate that people seeing this mass user in their drop down. When I go and try to create a request, I as an end user don't not at all see this thing, mass user. Okay, so we are in the sec pol. Okay, this is where you can define the security policy. Let's try to create a simple policy. We created a policy, and in the policy we will use some attribute. So new entries, and see here, let's say, see all these 21 entries are available for us. So put a quick glance here. Check password blacklist. Okay, you can see this is pretty much descriptive. You can, if you don't understand anything, you can just Google, like, let's say, which parameter is there to see the password history. For example, this, and now it says 5 value. That means you cannot use last 5 password. Okay, so let me take this value. It is 5 is the value if you see, and if I do F4, it says security policy, whatever it is. So from 1 to 100 is a permissible value. Okay, so let us make 1 here. Okay, I'll tell you the scenario, right? So I saved this policy. Now what happens? Any user I create, let us create a user. is the user. Okay. Now let's log in. What will happen? Can anyone tell? If I log in with this user, what will happen? The very first thing, since this is a dialog user, it is going to be asking for a new password. Why? The reason is this user has an initial password. This is initial password. So if this is a service user, this screen won't come. This won't come, because service user is not going to check for your initial password or expiry or something, and is not going to push you to change the password. Now it is pushing me. So let's make this as a password 2. I just want to change the password. Again, I'm not sure if it will allow us to do the same day. Let's give it a try. Usually, you can change the password once in a day or something like that. And click on the new password. Yes, it is saying you can change the password only once a day. So maybe we can do this experiment tomorrow, or let us take something else. So instead of password size, let us take something else. So what this policy is going to do, if I have to explain, see, there are 21 such attributes which we can overwrite. So here we are doing this this attempt. Okay, let's do this mix failed attempt. So it is 5 attempts by default, but I want this user to be locked after first attempt itself. Okay, so this is the policy we defined. Let's grab this policy and go to this user, and if you go in log on data, you will see the security policy, and if we F4, you will see what all policies are available. So there is one policy there. That is one policy there that we created and save this. Yeah, so we assigned a password policy to this user. Now, if we don't have a policy, this user basically won't get locked after unless and until he's putting 5 wrong password. So let's give it a try. So we'll do this user login passpol and give some wrong passwords. Okay, let's see when he's getting locked. This is the first wrong password, and just come here and see the lock status. See, it is locked right away. With very first incorrect password, it is locked. And if I do the same thing from ZGRC2, let me do on 3. Okay, give some wrong password. Okay, put the wrong password. So it is not locked. So for this user to lock, I will have to do it for 5 times, which is the system default value. But for a particular user, we can tweak the password policy, or we can tweak the parameters and let it behave like this. Okay, so this was a very good, like whoever brought this point, this very good point. So this is how you can define your security policies. Okay, security policy for system user. Okay, let's talk about real-time example. So real-time example we are talking, we created a system user group, and let's say our password policy says maximum length of 10, because we cannot make it 20 for a real user, right? We cannot put 20 character length password every time we log in. But if you want to tighten your system security, if your policy says for any system user, you will have to at least set it 25 characters. You will have to combination of whatever these parameters are. And these are security parameters. If you see the labels, you will understand. So what we want to do, we want to make password length as 25. Okay, so what this is going to do, for any user which is now in security policy system, we will have to assign at least 25 length password. So in a normal user, still it is whatever is the default value. What is default value if you do F4? Okay, you can see possible value are 3 to 8, 3 to 40, and then there will be a default value. that is system or basically the parameter that is set up, it will be like, let's say, at least 10 length. Okay. And then we are saying no, for system user it has to be 25. So these policy will override the values that you have set up in RZ11. Let me give another try. So I think this is all going on my the tier. Taste and test. So it is asking for a tier. So I added the first entry here. So it is going all in this tier. Okay, so I created test policy. So this is, let's say, my test user account. And for test user account, I want to keep things simple. So I don't want any password history for this, right? So I can say I don't want a password history. It can be bare minimum. One is the less value. So I can reuse the passwords. So even if I forget, I reset the password. It is going to allow me the same password if I have to set up as a next password. But this password will be at least 5 or 15 or 24 or 30, whatever the organization policy is. If organization policy says you cannot reuse your last 10 passwords, so this value will be 10 in RZ10, which applies to all the users. And then we are pick and choosing the test user accounts, assign them this security policy, which will override, okay, the system value is 10, but for this user value will be 1. This is overwritten, and now this particular user with security policy test can still do this thing. Another real-time example is, I think you can block the users using security policy. See, disable password logon, for an example, or disable ticket logon. So if you basically set up this thing logon, if you disable the logon from here, or in the default values, if you disable the password logon, for an example, okay, for safety reasons, let's say you are using SNC, secure network that we discussed, and nobody needs to have a password. You just deactivate, or you don't allow any password logon. But then you have a special set of users who actually need to do a password logon because they are not real user and they don't log in into Active Directory like I logged in into this ZGRC or this VDI. Like, so for them, we want to allow the password logon. So then you can override the values here, and then this security policy people can actually access the system using passwords. So simplifying the passwords or complexity of password, length of password, how many lowercase, uppercase, mixed case, special character, those 21 parameters, you can pick the values and create the multiple policies and assign to the users. From security side, let me go to it is pretty much same what we used to do. But as I said yesterday, the business partner, that is something which is changed from security side. And then T codes and functionality and the way T code will behave, that is upgraded. But then for us, it is a T code and Fury apps. So for us, there is no special treatment. Underlying authorization objects might be changed or upgraded. So we will again touch base. Yesterday we discussed, but from SU0 perspective, yeah, it is all same.
Yes.
See, if you know, the BP underscore Jane is a transaction to create the business partners, but it is not available here. But instead, so this one, you can see it is part of this catalog, maintain employees. So this app is available to create the business Maybe when we are doing Fury, we'll add this app to a custom role, assign to a user, assign to page and space, and see it ourselves, log in and try to access that. No, I think yesterday we spent a good amount of time on that, understanding the architecture. So for sure, it is a big step. It is not just replace the ECC and just give something else that is exact same. So if you look at the functionality that is available as a business or as a actual departments like finance, so there is a big improvement the way they have their modules placed, the way they are integrated in between. So if you as a business moving from ECC to S4, and if you are ready to take the journey of improving your business processes, then it is a real value. Okay. In that case, it is a real value. But if you have lift and shift approach, means I am using this screen, I am very much fine with this screen. I just want this screen to be used in S4 system. So that is a technical upgrade. So what happens, although they have given you 100 more Fury apps, 100 more functionalities, but you are saying no, for now, I am happy with the way my system work. Let me continue do same. And in that technical upgrade, or that will be called as brownfield approach, where you are sticking to your system the way it is working now. Only impact you will observe or you will accept is the functionality is no more available. So yesterday we discussed three categories. I will maybe uh, again put down here in some time when we discuss SU25. So in technical terms, if you are saying I am happy the way system works, and there is a reason, like let's take an example of big companies. So they don't want to disturb their business and in a rush, like jump from ECC to S4, because that is a big step, and they don't want to disturb their existing businesses taking this journey. If they are trying to explore the real benefits, what they can do is go with a smaller business, less revenue business, and try to shift it to S4. So with that, they will have some business processes upgraded in S4, and then they can refer that and leverage that implementation for remaining companies, like go one business at a time and swiftly move to the S4. But as a functionality, it is a big thing. And yesterday we discussed the performance improvements, and yeah, HANA is a must. S4 HANA is a HANA only database. And yesterday we discussed row store, column store architecture, where the performance is improved. Like you can do the reporting as well as transactions in the same system. So like queries which will take hours or which will take a lot of time and resources in ECC, which you cannot do there, you can still do in S4HANA. That is a quick system. So security terms, as I said, no big difference for us, but functionality side, it is a big difference. And if business is taking that journey, and then that is a big journey, right? If you are doing a greenfield implementation, greenfield in the sense like this system is a from scratch. We don't have a GRC. We don't have another GRC, my legacy GRC, where I have an access request, where I submit the request, manager approves, and then provisioning happens. So in that term, if I still want to stick to the same functionality named new GRC, although it is giving me 5 more options, but no, what I'm saying is no, my business or my the colleagues who take care of this thing, they are used to this functionality. You give me the exact same functionality in this GRC. So that is a technical move. From old GRC, I'm just moving to the new GRC and not using the functionalities that it is providing. But if we take greenfield approach is no, this is a fresh system. We go and discuss with the business. No, there are 5 more options. There is a role owner approval. There is a functional department owner approval. How do we want to place our access request going forward? And then we come up with a new strategy. Yeah, this is how a simple access request, simple display roles, nobody has to approve. Change role, manager has to approve. A critical role, manager plus department has to approve. Then that is an improvement, right? Functionality is there, but then we are accepting and improving our business processes. So ECC and S4 architecture wise also they are different. ECC used to work on any database. S4 HANA is purely HANA, and you have the Fury on ECC, but the apps, when we discuss on Fury app library, you will see which apps are available only on HANA, and then they have fact sheet and analytical apps where you can quickly get the data. So those apps are not available for your ECC. There are some apps which are HANA only apps. So if your database is HANA, then only those apps will work, and they are like complex app. Simple app is like in our terms, raise access request. That is a simple app. You are not doing any big analysis over there, or approve a GRC request. Okay, that is a simple app. Raise a purchase request, approve a purchase request, display order. These are simple transactional app. But then there are apps where maybe the complex processing happens and it gives you the results, or contextual search. You start typing and you get the results. Like you start typing, for example, a username, and it pulls you and show you, okay, these are the requests while you are typing. These are the requests, GRC requests. I'm just throwing an example. Or you start typing a supplier name and you get the information, okay, these are open requests for that. So that additional functionality, or those apps, those complex apps are HANA only. Okay, so in security terms, it is same for us, but in business terms, it has big changes if you incorporate them. Otherwise, technical upgrade, you just deal with what is gone and what is changed, and whatever is available, you will just say, I'm happy with this. So if SU01 T code is still available, no, I'm happy with SU01. I don't want to go to SU01H where there are 10 additional functionalities and benefit. No, I'm happy with SU01. So that is what is a technical upgrade. So SU24 from attendees, anyone who haven't worked on SU24? So we will discuss SU24. This is very important transaction for us. Going back to GPT, SU24, okay, it is transaction for maintaining the authorization objects and field level authorizations. Okay, we'll see that in the system. Okay, maintain the assignment of authorization objects. Okay. It will offer the functionalities as displaying the authorization objects and field associated with the transaction, modify the field level authorization checks, maintain the default values, and analyzing the impact changes on authorization checks. Okay. So SU24 is a build accelerator. Okay. We'll discuss why. And it is definitely part of the best practices for role build. Okay. So what is going to do is reduces the access creep. So if we are to add an authorization or a transaction to a role and we don't know which objects are linked to that T code, it will be a hell. It will be a hell lot of work for security team to just sit with the function team who is executing the transaction, and each and every activity that he does, figure out, take the trace or figure out the object and then add it to the role and then move it to the testing phase again, right? So if we don't have a list like SU01, our T code only, we don't know how many authorization objects are internally checked, then it is very difficult. Like you go to SU01, try to create a user, it says this object is missing. You add that, then try to lock, it says this one is missing, that one is missing. So that is where SU24 is very important. It is going to reduce that extra efforts and is going to give you the standard set of authorizations that are already mapped or checked in that transaction, and it will reduce the authorization error. So even if you have a list, let's say SAP gives you the list in a downloadable format, then still it is a headache for you to go and ensure that each and every object is fully maintained or added to the roles that T code is added. Okay, so SU24 is going to automate that task for us. When we do the profile generation in PFCG, SU24 will check the transactions and reduce that effort and increase the build quality. Okay, and it simplifies and improves the impact analysis. Fine. When a T code is impacted, basically the impact is observed in SU24, and wherever it is T code added, it will give you the list of roles that are impacted, and then you can get those roles tested with the change in the transaction. So all these are benefit of SU24. All right. So we will finish with the PPT first and then go to the systems. Okay. So as we know, in security terms, basically, we have a authorization object. Okay. That is the lowest level of entity from where we can control the authorizations. So authorization object will basically have fields into it. So we can see, let's take example of S user GR. So it has, let's say, two field: user group, which user group, and what activities you can perform on that. So that fields will have the values that you can provide into them. Okay, and then authorization object is assigned to object class. So all the S objects, for example, they are for basis. Okay, all F are from let's say finance. All P are from HR, for example. So that is how they will do the naming. S underscore stands for basis authorization objects. P will stand for HR, P underscore whatever it is. Likewise. So our authorization object will have fields, and then we provide the values. That particular thing becomes an authorization. So authorization object will have an entity, an existence. Like my authorization object S underscore user GRP in a role, there is authorization existence where they will give some number to that. Yeah, this is authorization, and then in that we have the values. So that becomes a pool of authorizations, and what we do, we add those values into a role. Okay, so our role is going to have the authorization objects authorization. In that, we will maintain the fields with the values, what value we want to assign. And then this pool of authorization is basically generated into a profile. And you can have these single roles added to the composite roles. So we'll see into the system. So when you want to assign something to a user, you don't have to worry about what value and what field. What you can do is assign the composite role or assign the single role to user, and all authorizations that are included into the role will be assigned to user. Okay. And role has basically the reports and transactions and all those things. So based on that, when we discuss SU24 in system, we will see how it will pull the authorizations. So basically in a role administration, role name, description of role, the menu structure of role, authorization data profile, user elements, what organizational entities, then some personalization mini apps. So this is not widely used. Mainly we will deal with the this thing, role menu and the authorizations, and what all other things we can add into the role menu in terms of Fury. All right. So let us start with SU24. So as you said, like all of you have executed and used the SU24, but maybe not to the full functionality, or basically you are using the functionality, but let us go through that, how exactly it impacts. Okay, so I'm executing the SU24. This is my S4 system. So let us take an example of ME53N, display a purchase requisition. Okay, and execute here. Okay, so here it is saying no authorization object assignment for your selection. Okay, very good. We have a very good example actually, since this is a fresh system. Okay, so here nothing is there. Can anyone take a guess why SAP is not providing anything for this T code?
SE25 not executed it.
That's correct. That's exactly the reason why we don't see anything. So we'll touch base the SU25 as well here. Why this has no data? So there are two tables, very important tables. How SU24 works basically. Okay, and this is also related to SU25. So USOBT, USOX. These are the SAP standard tables. Okay, these two are SAP delivered tables, and these are for customer space. These are there for to be used by customer. So why they have two different tables? This is the same table. This is also same table. Only this is SAP delivered. This is customer space. What customer is using now? This is also SAP delivered. This is just a customer space for that. So like we just discussed, ME53 and T code we are checking. Okay, let's look at this T code. Now I am into USOBT here. This is USOBT underscore C. And I put MB53N and I see 106 values. Okay. And let us do same to USOBX. Okay. For now, just don't pay too much attention what values they are. We'll discuss. And here 155. Okay. So if you look at USOBX, you'll see this T code is there and there is an object. And then there is some flags marked yes, no, or whatever it is. We'll see into the system. So why there is same thing is not available in customer space. So we'll come to that now. So I'll just put it here, USOBX. This thing is showing T code to auth object, and this is showing T code to object values. Okay, we'll check on that. So what happens? Okay, first thing first, why two table? So what happens? Like yesterday we were discussing, when there is an upgrade, what SAP will do, they will tell you three options. Like let's talk on this thing, S4 to ECC to S4 migration. Yesterday we talked in terms of technically. Okay, greenfield, as we discussed, full-fledged, you will sit with the functional team from scratch and you will define your business process. So that is all kind of a fresh implementation. So you don't have a headache what previously was maintained in your SAP system, because you are doing a fresh implementation. But when you are doing a brownfield implementation, when you are sticking to your existing functionality and just moving technically to a new system, in that case, like yesterday we discussed, there are three things possible. Okay, first, instead of here, let me put it in Excel, that will be better. Okay, so what are the three things available? Okay. Okay. First thing, no change at all. This is a very good case for security. Why? Because we don't have any efforts. If a T code is staying as it is and there is absolutely nothing that is changing, that is really good for us. Correct? We don't have to do anything here. Whatever authorization or whatever role is there, whatever T code is there, everything stays as it is. Very good. No change at all. Second thing is there is a change. Okay. In change, there are three categories. So firstly, a change in auth object. Okay. Auth object in the sense, ME53N, right now we see here, let's say 155 entries here, or 120. Let's take a rough number, and here 155 entries. Okay, and when we copy this thing here in our customer space, let's say I have the same now. I'm using what SAP given me before, same values. Now SAP says, no, I'm adding 5 more auth objects here. Okay, T code to auth object. So what SAP will do, it will make this 160 because he is proposing me 5 more objects. Okay, and this might be like 125, let's say. Now, when we do SU25, when we do the upgrade analysis, what this SU25 will do, it will go here, check these two values. Okay, check these two values. He will do the comparison here. He will do the comparison and give us the output. Okay, he will give us the output comparing these tables. So that is why, and then it is up to us how we want to deal with these values. So that is why there are two tables. Okay, if we have only one table, when SAP will do a next release, okay, automatically everything is disturbed. If we are using, if our SU24 is using these tables instead of this table, so now SAP made 160, so I don't have option. SAP made 160, so I will have to just go ahead and deal with the 160 values now. I cannot argue with SAP, or I cannot choose, no, I don't want these 5 objects, yes or no, right? So we will talk on SU25 steps as well, but this is basic comparison. Why there are two tables, why there is a customer specific table, and why there is a SAP table. So what happened, now this is a fresh system. So we are talking of a greenfield implementation. Greenfield in the sense, this is a total new system. We don't have anything here. So let's go to SU25. Okay, so SU25, what you can do is you can read about this transaction here. Okay, what each and every step does. Okay, so we'll do it one by one. I will tell you, but initially this step is important. So when a system is fresh, okay, what do I mean by fresh system? It is a newly installed, that is correct. But after installation, basis did not copy anything from any other system. Okay, so if tomorrow, let's say this is MD1, or let's call this is my development system. Okay, if tomorrow we are building a quality system, so what basis will do? It will install a fresh system on fresh server, but it will copy the things, or it will transport the things from here to that system. So when they transport or when they copy, that time these tables and everything will be filled up, because whatever we do will be captured in a TR. And then that TR is released and imported into college system, then your values are there. So you don't need to do this thing in that system. So initial fill up customer table, this is to be done in greenfield implementation. Okay, very important. So what we'll do is we'll just select everything and we'll just execute. Okay, thank you. So yeah, we were discussing SU25. Okay, so we were talking of SU24. Now these two tables, where is that? Yeah. So these two tables, if you want to see the data, as you can see, it is available in SU22. So what he is doing basically, SAP has transferred the SU22 standard data. Okay, so ME53N. So yeah, so these data, these here you will see the objects that were part of table. So this is now transferred to SU24. So if we look at the SU24 now, so here if I go back and now execute, okay, so this is basically our SU24. So now this data is copied what SAP has provided. Okay, so if you can see, it has given me 155 or whatever is this number, these many authorization objects, and it is telling whether it will be checked or not. You can see the check status. Okay, so in some objects it is do not check, so they are not going to check this object. But wherever the check mark is yes, then the next thing is they are saying, are we going to give you any default values to look after? So if we just sort it to yes and yes, so basically you can see B Bupa GRP, this object will be checked. This object is been provided with some default values. So if I double click on this object, yeah, you can see what SAP has provided me as a default value, activity F4. Okay, so when we do a actual F4 and F4 activity, you can see F4 is what display value in help. So whatever I did just now, that is basically a help. We are getting a help and it is showing me these are the available values. Okay, likewise, and then we try to edit and see F4 here. So it is going to check whether I have access to do F4. So F4 activity is basically whatever we are doing here. So this is a F4. I'm trying to get some help. What T code I have the options. This is F4. So if I don't have the F4 or display activity, I'm not going to get this list. This is the extra check that S4 has been bought. Previously, this was not there. So you can just go and do the F4s and see the data. Now you need to have the F4 or display access to actually do this F4. Right. So any questions here? What these two tables are? So this is basically our SU22, what SAP delivers, and
So
SU24.
in SU25, first step you have run, right? Is a
Correct. That too only for a fresh installation. So since this is a fresh installation, our SU24 was totally blank. And now after running that first step here, the data of SU22 is copied to SU24, and you can see now here the date and time is occurring. Okay, who executed this step and when it was executed. Okay, fine. So coming back here, we are discussing SU25. What happens? Like no change at all? Absolutely fine. We are very happy. Nothing is changing. So no security change or no security impact. Second is authorization object change. Now this case. So let's say MA53N in ECC have 155 objects. In S4 it has 160 objects. So what we will have to do, we will have to incorporate these 5 changes, what SAP has recommended more. If they have added more authorization checks on some object, if yes, when we are moving to S4, we will have to ensure that those 5 authorization objects are part of my role, correct? Otherwise, some activity will fail. It will say you don't have access to this activity. So when the authorization object is changed, that means T code is saying T code stays. It is same. T code is staying. But we will have to ensure PFCG roles are synced. So when we basically do this impact analysis, and I will put the step number here where it will observe, okay? In SO25. So what we will have to do, we will have to accept the changes or reject the changes and then sync the roles. PFCG role sync is required. We need to update the roles. Second thing is T code. T code is, let's say T code is no more available. T code is obsolete. So in that case, what happens? Since this T code is gone, what options we have? We have a new T code. We have a new version T code, or we have a Fury app, or we have nothing, absolutely nothing. Okay. So third category of change where T code is not available. So let's say ME53N is no more available in S4. So what are they telling? Are they giving us a new T code, ME53H, for example? If that is the case, for sure, we will have to remove the ME53N from all the roles and add the ME53H so that the users will use that transaction, correct? So PFCG role sync is required. Role update and sync are required. If it is a new version, like we just spoke of a new version example, H version. But let's say ME53N is gone and they're saying, no, this functionality is part of another T code, ME54, for example. So in that case, same things happens. We have to remove this and then add the newer version, replacement T code. So new T code instead of say replace T code. So a replacement T code is provided. So we will have to add that or ensure it is part of the authorizations that user, whoever was using this T code now have to use that replace T code. New version in case, yeah, if this stays and they're saying, no, you add H version as well, HANA version, that is beneficial, you add it. If it is a Fury app, mandatory Fury app, so they said, no, this is no more to be done by T code, for an example, business partner. So they gave maintain employees. So Fury app, so we will have to add, yes, we will have to ensure that whoever was having access to this T code, now they have the access to Fury app, they have the required training, they are testing the changes, they are comfortable with using the Fury app. This is all security impact, but we need to communicate this impact to the respective functional team and ensure the change management team is taking this journey through with the impacted users. So like the question is not for security team. You gave the Fury app access, now teach me how to use that. No, that is a change management team, or that is a functional team's call, whether they are going to accept this route or they have another way to do this functionality. We don't know, but these are the impacts from security side that we observe, and then we get the answers from them what to do with this T code. This T code is no more available, tell us what to do. A Fury app is replaced. So they will tell us, yeah, let's accept the Fury app and we will educate the users, they will use the Fury app going forward. Okay, and nothing is basically this T code is not at all possible. This functionality is totally not at all possible, and it almost 90% or more than that, you will see they were never used anyway, because SAP has thousands of T code, lakhs of T code actually, and then not everything is used. So what you can do basically when you do this impact analysis, okay, very critical part or very important part for this block is execution count. So our focus point will be what is used most. So if MB53N, we observed there are in last 6 months, there are 5,000 users who are using this T code and there are 1 lakh executions. So this is an absolute critical T code for me to focus on. Versus, let's say there is another T code, only MB53. Okay, this is also T code, N is also T code, this is also T code. But we see this is only used by 5 people. Okay, and that 2,000 or 100 times. So clearly the difference is there. We understand this T code actually was not required. Even if this is gone, nobody cares, because this functionality is already there in this T code. And this T code, whatever is happening with this T code, let's say authorization object to change हम लोग बोल रहे हैं, like we are saying 120 to 125 it is going. So we need to be very careful and ensure this is tested properly, because this is lakhs of executions. So execution count and user count, this is important. How many users are executing and how many times they are executing. And this, we basically then categorize the transaction or changes which are very important. And you will see somewhere like, let's say there was a XYZ T code, which nobody used. And then they are saying it is not available. Okay, fine. We don't care. Anyway, no one is using. It is not part of my roles. Okay. Another point is roles. Okay. But then if somebody is using, that means it is part of the our roles, right? So if something is not part of our roles, we don't care. If they say with this XYZ T code, previously it has 5 entries, now I'm proposing 5,000 entries in this table. Okay, we are fine, because we are anyway not using this. Just accept the changes and move ahead. If later we are using this, later when we decide to start using this T code, anyway it is going to be a new functionality. It is going to be a small project inside the project, and that time all these 5,000 authorizations that we accepted now will come into picture, testing will happen, and then it will go live as a mini functionality or whatever it is. So just to give an example, let's say we are not using timesheet, okay, and cat2 is the timesheet T code, for example. Now whatever SAP is proposing from ECC to S4 HANA, I don't care what upgrades they are doing to cat2, what new authorization objects they are bringing, because anyway I'm not using that functionality in ECC. Later, after we are on S4, after let's say 6 months down the line, they decide, okay, let's start using the timesheets. So that time it will basically, yeah, cat2 is the T code we will assign to everyone. Everyone has to enter the time in the SAP system. Then that time cat2 testing will happen, and then the functionality will be tested, and then a go live will happen, users will be trained, and so and so. So the approach is very important. Which are the critical T codes and what is happening on those T codes? And then this is what we communicate to the teams, functional teams, and they will take the call. They will take the call what to do. So T code authorization object change, T code is no more available. or T code is obsolete, and then we will observe the role changes and we work with the team to accommodate the changes, right? Any questions here? What is our security approach here? And mainly after we do all these things, our thing is to ensure we do the PFCG, accommodate the changes, and another critical phase is testing. We try to push them to test the changes that are impacted. So testing can be two types. One testing is positive testing, where we are checking the T codes impacted, um, they are still behaving correctly. And second type of testing is, um, let's say the role has 5 T codes, 1 T code was impacted, other 4 T codes are, although they are not impacted in SU24, but if something is removed from existing T code, okay, like we are saying here 155 to 160. Another case is it is 150. They are reducing something. That can be also case. And in that case, just to ensure other 4 T codes are not negatively impacted, they can be unit tested as well. But it goes based on efforts, how much efforts they can spend, functional team, how much efforts they are designed to, they have dedicated for these efforts. But this is something that you can again push as a unit testing or somewhere in the project phase, that if they are using some automation or something, if they can test the T codes that are part of roles, the roles that are getting updated, but they are not directly impacted.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a core component of SAP GRC Access Control? Option A, Access Risk Analysis. Option B, Emergency Access Management. Option C, Compliant User Provisioning. Option D, Logical Data Modeling. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Okay, so this is something you can propose. T code not directly impacted, but roles impacted. Okay, so any questions here? Then we can go into the SU25 and see how we get these changes. We are here, SU25. Okay, we did this step number 1. So step number 2 is doing this post process steps when upgrading to a higher release. So this can be the like same version release change, or this can be a big jump like EC2 to S4. So what we have to do is, first step is automatic comparison with SU22 data. So this is just a comparison step. This is what this is going to do. This is going to do this analysis. Okay, what are the values? These are the new values after upgrade. So it is going to compare 125 with 120, 160 with 155, and it is going to give us the output. Now there is no point executing this here, because when we install the system, we just copied data from SU22 to SU24. So the data is exact same. So what this will do, just compare the records, this 120 to 120, 155 to 155, and tell us everything is fine. But when you are doing this, when there is some change in the system, then there are some T codes impacted, then it will tell you, yeah, these are the impacted changes. Okay, and this is an automatic comparison. Okay, in step number 2, modification comparison. So whatever changes this step shows to you, you will accept those changes here. Okay, so you will basically accept the changes here, and what it will do, it will basically, if you go to expert mode, okay, you can do it for 1 T code as well. So let's just do it on ME53N instead of running this thing on all the T codes. Let us do it for 1 T code. Okay, and okay, I'm clicking this identical data if it is same, just to see the output, how it will show me. Okay, now comparison is happening for this transaction. See, it is saying it is already completed because we just loaded. Let me uncheck this, so it will show us, still show us the data. So because of the upgrade, if something is changed in this T code, we will observe the changes here. Okay, see this tree code, it is saying no comparison required because everything is good. Okay, this everything is good because everything is exact same copy. But if there is something, you will see here this authorization object, this value is missing, this object itself is missing, and then you basically you basically go to SU24, either manually do the changes or you do the automatically accept the changes whatever they are proposing, or you manually just say I check this thing and I don't want to do any changes. Once you mark it checked, then even if you come back and execute, it is not going to show you the same difference, because SAP knows now there is a difference. There is a difference in 125 and 120, and you are okay with this. You want to stick to 120. So every time you don't want to come here and see the same thing again and again. Hey, these five values are different. So all you need to do is just you are done. You will say, yeah, I just check these changes. I'm done with this. No more. I don't want to see this again and again. Okay. So so there is comparison, there is a modification. In modification there are two ways. One is it will do automatically, you don't have to do anything. But yesterday someone was asking the question what to happen with custom T code. Okay, or let's say leave it aside custom T code because they are not going to be part of SU22 anyway, so they are not going to be coming here. But let's say in ME53N I have a custom authorization object Z underscore ME53N here. Okay. Now, what will happen when SAP is going to compare this value with this value? Okay, he is not going to find this value here because that is not SAP proposed. You agree with me? This is something that customer did. So the ME53N will basically have a change flag in that table. So this is something that you change manually. So whatever changes SAP is doing here, they are not going to just publish automatically. SAP will let you choose what you want to do. With 125, 120, you want to accept, stay as it is, you want to add those values or remove something if they are going from 155 to 150. Do you want to take out those five values? All those options are available to you to do it manually. Okay. Till the time you are in sync with SAP, this thing will happen automatically. But if you have touched this SU24, then SAP is not going to do it automatically. It will allow you to pick and choose what you want to do with this change. Okay. So this is what we do basically. Again, things will dependent on what is the business case, what objects are coming, and then you basically, for us, it is a simple thing. Authorization object is getting added, authorization object is getting removed, or authorization object is staying as it is, but values are getting changed. So previously, SAP was not proposing anything. Now SAP started proposing, or previously SAP was proposing something. Now they are not proposing. So our impact or our focus my role should not be changed because of that thing. So this SU24 change, internally whatever is happening, when I go to PFCG and I pick a role where ME53N is added, I want to stick to my role as it is. If they are adding some more authorization object, I want to ensure those authorization objects are added to my role. I put the proper values and the T code test fine. The functionality is still working. That is the important part here. Okay, going back to this thing, step 2A and 2B we discuss. So 2A will do comparison, 2B will do the modification. Either it will be automatic or it will be a manual one. Okay. Then step 2D is where it will give you the obsolete application. So here basically it will tell you the roles in which you have the T codes that are obsolete, that are no more available. Okay. And 2C is where you will find the roles which are impacted because all these changes. So maybe here you might see 1000 roles, and then 800 900 are SAP roles, and then only 100 roles are your Z roles which you actually use. And then that is where you need to focus what PFCG changes you want to do onto those roles. Okay, so this is step 2, which is important. Step 3 is basically transport. So like whatever we did just now, if I click on this, okay, it will capture a transport and my SU24 full SU24 data will be available in that tier. And if I'm building a quality system from here, MQ1, I can just transport this thing and everything that I did in SU24 will be transported to my next system. So that is where I don't need to do again this initial field or anything. So these are the important steps till step 3. And next is all, I mean, these all are just the links that we individually use, but mainly this is what we have to do in terms of transport to understand the impact that is there, be it any transport, be it any migration, be it version upgrade, or be it ECC to S4 migration. And only thing is, you will deal with more and more records. When it is a minor release change, hardly anything changes in the T code. And then you have some T code which may not be used, and you just accept everything and just finish with the SU25. And in case of a big migration like ECC to S4, you will see the critically used T codes are impacted, and then you basically work with the functional team to see which category they fit in, and based on that, you amend your PFCG roles and ensure that the functionality is testing fine. It is still working. The T code still works, and replacement T codes or few re-apps that you are adding, they work fine. So we are good here. So we can go to the PFCG part and see the actual role change now. It is not going to give, like I just ran it for one T code. Here it is not going to give you anything. The reason is we just copied SU22 to SU24. So even if you run for all 1 lakh T code, it is going to give you same. Just let's do it for another one. Okay, I'm doing it in a same thing. Where is that SU25? Same thing. I'm just doing it in export mode. So step 2 for export mode, and we are doing it in one of the T code. Let's do it for SU01 here. Okay, and just uncheck and check this to see the output. Identical data also we want to see. That's why. So this is what we are doing. We are running the 2A step here, which is doing the comparison. But as I said, the system is exact same. So no matter how many times you run, it is going to give you the no comparison is required because everything is fine. So let's say this system, okay, whatever this system is, we put an upgrade to the system. Whatever version this is now, okay, we are at this stage. We are done with the SU25. Now this system is upgraded a minor version. Then when we run this automatic comparison, there is something is changed. Something like 1 T code, 2 T code, 5 T codes are changed. And those T codes, you will observe them here in 2A. And then when you run the 2B, if those T codes are not touched by us, automatically SAP will adjust the values, the default values, authorization object added, removed, everything they will do. But if it is touched by us, like in this case, we're discussing, we added ZME53N, or we just said, whatever SAP propose, you propose display, no, I want change. We added a change here. Okay, so USOBT says, let's say, object 1, and it says display value. They gave display as a default value. And we change this to object 1 and make it display plus change. Okay, so here, although object is same, values are different. So this value table, it is going to give you the difference here. This is not matching. Count may be same. Okay, this is also same count, this is also same count, but the value is different. So SAP is not automatically going to do it everything for you. It will show you this T code for manual adjustment. So when you do SU25, maybe, let me see. See, here is a test mode. Okay, so you can do this test mode if you have a sandbox, but I would still recommend, rather doing this, you just go to expert mode. Instead of putting system resources at use, you just do the exact same thing on 1 T code. This is the exact same thing on 1 T code in expert mode. And I will give you the table. This is the T code, which will tell us the T codes, 100 T codes which are, oh, this is blank because again, no history. But this table is basically the same thing, which is going to tell us the obsolete T codes, which T codes are no more available. So this PRGN underscore CURR2, this table is also useful when you are doing this pre-analysis. So what happens when a project is to come, not everything is available, because all these things you will come to know when you have a system upgraded, maybe sandbox is upgraded, you run S225 there, then you come to know, yeah, these are the exact changes, or these many records or these many T codes are changing. But when the project is to come with you, at that time you don't have this exact numbers with you, and you are estimating how much of security efforts this needs, how many resources will be needed, how to plan, like when I need 2 people, when I need 4 people in my team. So that time, this is all based on estimates, right? And then that time you can maybe get the table data, or your company has homegrown applications which do the comparison and tell us uh, from functionality side what all changes are happening, and from security side also it tell us some impact analysis. Yeah, these many things are expected to be changed. Or you go to the SAP sites and you download the PAM, product availability matrix, and all those downloadables. You go to the version that you are moving to download the things, and you read through them, and you try to understand what has changed from there. Okay. So initially it is too vague, it is estimation, but when you run the S225, this is where you get the exact what is changing in terms of security, what is available, what is not available, what is changing, and then functional teams basically take that call, what they are going to do. Are they taking a new route in the functionality? Are they using the Fury app? Are they discontinuing that functionality? And so and so. Okay. So let's come back to the SU24 here, and let me show you what is actual use. So now, keeping upgrade aside, let's say upgrade and all those things are done. Okay, we are discussing of SU24 use now, normal SU24. Whatever is accepted in upgrade, whatever is not accepted, done, final, finish. That chapter is over. This is our SU24, final SU24 that I'm sticking to. And as I tell here, you have the check indicator, you have the default value. Wherever there is no default value, that means the object is not going to be proposed into the role. And we will see this example. Maybe we'll see these 2 objects here. Okay. So how this thing plays apart. Okay. So EFCG role management. Okay. Z_ME53N. This is a role. Now let's quickly talk on the role type. So you all might be aware, single role. Single role is something that is an individual role. Composite role will have multiple single roles. So you can create a composite role and have 5, 10, 20 single roles added to it. Then there is a derived role concept. So I'll come to that. Let's first create the single role. Single role or master role. If we are deriving from this role, we will call this as a master role. And then there is an enabler role. So I will talk on that as well. Okay, so this is my ME53N, and let me call it master. So sake of show you what is there. Okay, so we created this role. See, if you put role derived from, so if this role is a derived role, you can put the master role here. Now what we'll do, we are creating the parent role or master role now, and we will derive it further. So this is my role. I will put some history. This role is for what use, this role is for ME53 and for business people or this department or whatever it is, and change history, when created, why created, something like that. Okay. So important thing is we go to the menu and we add the transaction. Okay. ME53N, we added the transaction, click OK. So now what happens, once this T code is added here, we have to save the role. So menu is updated, and we can go here. Since this is first time, we are just getting the proposal for a profile name. So system propose this profile name. We go to export mode. Every time when there is a change in role menu, always go to export mode, save the role, and select the option to merge the profile. Now, since there was no profile, it did not ask us, but I'll show it to you once I come back and do it again. So these are the org levels, like basic security stuff, as you all are already working. Here, company code, work center, and so, this thing. So I'm just putting the full authorization here and moving ahead. So we'll see the things that are green, no more maintenance is needed. These all values are maintained. But whatever is yellow, that is means you have the half of the values, or some fields are still open. So then just to do this in maintenance, I'm just putting the full values here. Okay, I'm just putting the full values and then everything is green. Okay, now generating the role. Come back, and here we'll just see that export mode again. When you do the export mode, when you make any changes, like you add another T code or you remove some T code, always go for this thing. Read the old status and merge with the new data, so that the old data and new data is compared, and then you get the proposal if a new object is added or not, or whatever it is. Now here we are to discuss these two objects. So let me see if this object is automatically came. Okay, I'm searching it here. Okay, this is not here. Why? Because if you see, the check is yes, this object will be checked whenever this T code is calling the functionality for business partner or propose complete related stuff, it will be checked. But it is not default value, it is not proposed. When it is not proposed, it is not going to come here, since it is not proposed. But just take the example below. This thing is proposal is yes. When proposal is yes, then that object will be proposed into the role. If I search it here, you will see it is here. And this F4 value, we did not put this F4 value. So where it is coming from? If you go and double click on this, so proposal is yes, but what they are proposing, which value they are proposing. So see, activity F4 they are proposing, and this field is blank. Okay, but this is a OR field. So that is why when we put star here in the authorization group, no, this is no, this is not a org field. When I put star values from here, that time it got maintained. So this can be Z star or this can be anything. Just putting anything here. So likewise, we maintain this value. F4 is coming as a standard value, and if you do this mountain here on this object, it will tell you, yeah, it is coming from ME53N activity F4. This is blank. If this same object is coming from 40 codes, you will see 40 codes here, which all 40 codes in this role are giving you this value from where this value has actually came into the role. Okay. So if tomorrow or because of upgrade, let's say a new object is added here, I'll take that change. Okay. Now SAP says this object is also must object. This object, which was no previously. As part of my upgrade, it says no, now this is a mandatory. So when they say no to yes, there are three options here. Yes is basically yes, this is a mandatory and you can maintain the values like this. Okay. Second option, no, yes without values. If you choose that, the object will come, the values will not come. So it will be a blank. This F4 will not come. It is a blank. It is your duty to go and put the values here, whatever you want to put. So let's make it yes without values because we already see the example yes and with values. So let's make it yes without values. Okay, so just putting it in a TR. Okay, very well. This is saved. So let's say this change is happened because of upgrade. Okay, we accepted, yeah, this is a new object which is now absolute must. It has to be put into the role. So our duty is after this is changed, we have to go here, come back, okay, and ensure we are going into the export mode because now the authorization SU24 data is changed and you will see a new entry has come which has no values proposed because we said, yeah, object is required, values we will deal with. You don't tell us the values. So we maintain this. Now, what we can do actually, since we changed the SU24 for this data, we can go to SU25 and show you how it will show. When we do this analysis in comparison, let me go to export mode and now compare this value. Okay. So now you will see because of upgrade, whatever data is there in SU22, this data does not fully match with the data that is there because we made a change. Okay, see what he's saying. This transaction, it says manual comparison required, step 2B. The reason is we touch this. You can see the change by ZGRC1. So we change this manually. That is why SAP cannot automatically accept or deal with the changes that are there. Okay, so I select this entry, go to manual comparison because it is saying manual comparison required. You can see this T code is red. I just double click on the T code. And if you see here, see the sync button. Okay, I'm just sorting on that. So we will focus on the right object. See, this object is something that we disturbed or we updated. So check and check. So SAP said check, we are saying check. Very well. SAP said I'm not going to propose this object. We are saying yes, propose without values. So this is where the difference is, right? And the sync button, what it will do when we get copy, that means because of upgrade, SAP said, oh, previously we are putting this object. Now we are saying, no, this object is not required. If I sync this, it will make it no. It will basically sync and make it no, right? And then, or if I don't have to deal with this, what I can say is, I just say, yeah, I'm done with this change. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm good with keeping this object. I want to keep this object. So sync will basically, since we are in display, let's go to change. So let's go to the change mode here. Okay, this entry, if I click sync, so it made it no. The thing that we manually change. Save it to the TR. Come back. Select this thing, set as checked. Okay. Oh, now it is not required. It is already done. And if I rerun this thing again, it will tell me there is no need of any. It is absolutely in sync now. See, it says status checked set. So I checked this T code. Whatever I wanted to do on this T code, I completed that activity. So I don't have to see this T code again and again now. Till the time another upgrade happens, this T code is not going to become. Another upgrade happens, then again check will happen, and then they will tell me what I need to fix manually, what will be fixed automatically, and then what are the impacted roles. So then if you see here roles to be checked, it will tell us the roles, which roles are impacted, where we need to fix. And if we do 2D, it will tell us the roles which has obsolete T codes, the T codes that are now no more available and they are still part of the roles. So we have to remove them and replace them with the new T code or Fury app or whatever this action that we have to take. Yeah, okay. I'm not doing this unnecessary. It will take a lot of time and burden system. But coming back to the part here, now again we remove that. Okay, now again we remove that object. So again I have to do this SU24. Since there is SU24 change on the object, whatever roles has that T code in the role menu, we will have to redo this thing and that object will be gone because it is now removed. Okay, now let's create a derived role for this. So I'm going to call it underscore 1000. Okay, I'm creating a role, a derived role basically. So I will call this as a 1000 and I have a relationship here with this role as a parent role. So when you say you are creating a relationship, you can delete it later, but this is not at all recommended. Once you delete the inheritance, then these two roles will go out of sync. Then you have to do a lot of efforts to check if they are actually in sync or not. So this won't be recommended. Okay, you might see the very old project where somebody has deleted this relationship just to make sure that this role does not give a change access, but this role give, or this role has a change access, this role provides a display access. So they, instead of doing the changes in master role, they did something here directly, breaking the relationship. So this is never recommended. Once you delete the this relationship, this role is on their own, this role is on their own, right? So save it. Once we save it, the menu will automatically come because this is maintained in the master role. And for authorization, since this is first time, we will just go. We can go to change. That is fine because we are here to only maintain these values. Just cancel it. Okay. You just copy the data. What it will do, it will copy everything from master role. Okay. See, previously it was all unmaintained. Now it is all maintained. All we need to do is just touch the org values. So we are saying this role is for company code 1000. That's it. And then the plant is, let's say, 11101. This is my plant. That's it. Save and generate. So this becomes my derive role. If I have to make any T code changes, any authorization object value changes, that has to be done in the master role. If I have to make any org structure changes, then that has to be done in the derive role. And when I want to create a composite role, basically I will just grab the single roles that are there, and let's say, let me call it as ZC something for a composite role. So I want to assign this composite role to people and not individual single roles. So it can have another 5 T codes, another 5 such roles. Okay, so I'm adding a single role here. Just copy the description, and for menu, I just need to import the menu so that whatever is there in the single role will come here. If I generate, you will see the role number 1. If I have another role, it will come here. And in this role, I have display purchase requisition. Save it. So this role is ready for the assignment. So let me make a note of this role. Somewhere we can actually do this assignment using GRC. We can assign this role to one of the test users that we created some time back. Okay, we created this role. We'll do this assignment to one of the users. Right? So one last thing we want to discuss is enabler role. So enabler role is something which do not have a T code. So what you can do, it is not a necessary thing that you must have a T code. Z underscore ME53N underscore enable or something like that. So create a single role. Okay, this is, let's say, enabler role. So what it does, enabler role is a role which is not giving you any extra T code access, but it is giving you some extra functionality access. So what, let's say we want to do, if somebody has this role, enabler, let's say what we want to do. No, this is applicable anywhere. So let me take an example, scripting for an example. Okay, so instead of this, let's say Z underscore scripting. So scripting is not T code based. Scripting is, if I show you GUI scripting, see, this is disabled at this moment. So at server level, this is disabled. But if they activate, yeah, recording and playback is required. Okay. So what happens if this is activated and server settings are fine? It will check for S underscore GUI object, and that is sorry, S underscore SCR. Okay. So that object is not a T code relevant because the scripting is applicable for anywhere. I can record here and just search one object and playback, and it will do the same thing that I did. It is not a T code level, but it is like I want to have somebody who has this enable role, they can do the scripting, see, execute the scripts. So this is my enabler role. So what I can do, I have, let's say, a business role, or let's say I have a role, let's say supplier or purchaser. For example, I have a purchaser and I don't want this person to do any recording and playback because that is a risky thing. He can record some data and just run it 100 times, and system, he can mess up the orders that are there, right? But I have an automation bot. I have a software automation bot You might have heard somewhere automation anywhere, or there are many automation tools that are available, RPA tools, robotics. So if same thing I need to do with a bot or an automation bot or an automation ID will do the same thing. And let's say this purchaser goes and open the 10 purchasing orders and change the delivery date to today, for example. And I don't want one person to do this on 100 items a day, and that is his full-time job. So what I can do, I can create a bot with a third party, that any RPA tools, and assign that bot a purchaser role. Okay, so this bot only has access to change the purchase order. Okay, I don't want give him full access. So now this bot, it will, and we'll just feed him this. These are the 100 purchase order. You need to change the delivery date to today's date. And on top of this access, we will give him the scripting access. This is enabler role that we just created. So this guy only has the limited T code access that he is required, and he has the scripting enabled. If this guy who is manually doing tries to do the same thing, let me record and execute the same thing for 100 script, it is not going to happen because this guy does not have access. So this is a real-time example of enabler role, and it can be anything. Like in custom cases, what happens? You hard code something that you have a certain role in your SU01. Then this T code will behave like this. Sometime back we were discussing change and display with the same roles. So that time, if you hardcore something that, okay, go to SU01 and see if this person has this role. So this T code will, let's say, hide some fields. It will not allow that person to do this functionality. So that kind of things also require an enabler role. So in that case, all they need is a role name. They don't need what you have inside. But actually speaking, the enabler role is something which don't give you the T code access, because this T code is coming from your actual authorizations, and this is giving you some extra authorization which will enable you something, which is enabling you some functionality. Like in this case, it is enabling me the scripting, or in this case, let's say I add s_GUI. Okay, with sGUI I can download something from system. Okay, if I say export, let's say we don't allow anyone any export of system. You cannot go and just export a list. But with this, yeah, you can export. If you have this extra role, you can export. You have the same authorizations as another person, and you have this top-up role which will allow you this functionality. That is a way they design the security. But and could be a reason that when you have lots of company code in the system, what happens if you are creating derived roles? Like sometime back we take an example, this role, let's say, okay, this person is doing ME53N for 10 companies, let's say. Okay, so I am going to have these 10 roles. When I go to derive and child role, I need to assign this 10 role to this person. Okay, whoever is this person, purchaser here, I need to assign this 10 role. Now what will happen if this 10 role has 5 roles, 5 single roles in each? So he is going to get 50 single roles assigned, correct? So other way to do it is like you must have done. You have all the T code authorizations, all the authorization values, or all the T codes are coming as a purchaser role. So you create, let's say, ZS_ purchaser or something, and then you create ZE enabler purchaser something. Okay. So what you do, purchaser_1000, let's say, or not purchaser, you just make it change 1000, let's say. So what happens, whatever T code and whatever objects, whatever T codes you want to assign, you will assign to purchaser role, and you will assign all the department. This role can be department level, this role can be anything. Like this is, let's say, a supply chain purchasing department. So you have all the purchasing authorization objects into this role with change access on company code 1000. So if this person is doing the exact same thing on 10 companies, all you need to do is now assign 10 enabler roles. So with this, what happens, you have these 10 roles, and let's say this purchaser role, which is like this, which has 5 roles. So 5 plus this 10, you have 15 roles assigned in this scenario. And in this scenario, you have 50 roles assigned. Because here it is all multiplied by 5. So 10 companies, 10 each has 5 derived roles, and then you assign 50 single roles by assigning these 10 composite roles. Here you assign one composite role which has 5 single roles, and you assign the enabler roles, change and then display. or something like that, right? You must have something like this, correct? Yeah. So that that all goes what requirement is, because some system might be simple, some system might be it is used by only one business, and all the roles are applicable to that business. You don't have to even deal with company codes and all, because it's only one company code in the system. But then if the business is a complex business, they have presence in multiple countries, and then internally they will sell it to themselves, like let's take an example of a phone manufacturing company. So they have a manufacturing plant in China, and then they have sales office in each and every country. So they want to sell a phone in India, and they just want to assemble it here and say this is made in India, for example. So they will have to procure the raw material from their own company which is manufacturing in China, and then set up a company in India which will be a different number, and then they just assemble here, and then they sell it here. So likewise, it depends on how the business is, and how it is configured, or they might just move the business out of one system. I don't want any other business. This system is dedicated to my phone business. And then if I have another business, pharmaceuticals, it is a new system. If it is everything is in one system, then they will have to say, yeah, all my companies starting with one are for my phone business, companies starting with two are my pharmaceutical, companies starting with 3000, 3001, 3002, all those are. And that is how they will decide security. But yeah, basically the best practices, if you talk about best practices, master and derive role is a best practices. Enabler roles are recommended for enabling the additional functionality. So you can take this route, but rather this is a better approach, less maintenance. Because here in enabler role, you will have all these objects in this status, manual status. If you see, because this is manually added. This is not, if I click on mountain, this is not coming from anywhere. This is manually added, or this value. So SAP recommends this value should not be manual and should not be changed. Change is like SAP suggests you do the 03 as activity. I come here and make it 02. So that will say it is changed. Then there is another status which is standard. Standard in the sense, if this value is tagged to the T code and full object is coming as it is, I don't have to do any maintenance, then it will be a standard status. And another one is maintained. Like sometime back we just maintained the role. F4 was coming and another field was blank, and we maintain star over there. So that went into maintain. So maintain and standard is recommended. Manual is recommended only in IT roles, where you cannot put all the T codes in the role menu, right? Because IT team will deal with a lot of T code. So that time some manual objects are okay, or you are doing some firefighter role build or something wider access, or you are doing RFC or system users. But for end users, strictly the recommendation is to stick to the standard and maintain status. Okay, and again, it is a recommendation, but based on the security design approach, many things are possible. How you design like enabler role, you use the master data, use the composite role, you use the all single roles, you use the business roles, you don't use the business role. So SAP has provided us a lot of options, and it's how the security consultants design the security, what is best suitable for their particular project and their use cases. I will have to check on that, because to be frank, I never use that functionality. If your report, but yeah, I can show it to you here. See, we just saw the example of transaction. If I go here, you can see there is a report. So maybe in BW system, you want to add the reports here directly. So you can go and put a report as well. So see here, SAP query or a BW report, you have the options, or a transaction with variant. So if there is a T code and if there is a variant, you want to open that particular variant directly. Like when I go into SU01, I want directly to see myself, for an example. Or when I go into the job scheduling, I just want to see the jobs that are set up by myself. So you can create a variant for your T code, and then that can also be added here. Okay. Or BW reports. If you have any like traditional BW system where the reports are created directly in BW. Nowadays, everything is created in HANA. So I don't think this will be that much useful. But if you have the reports that are directly run in application layer, you can put them here. If you are creating an SAP query, so sometime back we were checking that we were discuss about that user group example, SQ03, when we were talking of if the same access people can see different things. So we were here, right, sometime back. So which query group it is assigned to you. So likewise, you can add the things here. This is on reports. But more importantly, when we come back here on the Fury side, you can add the services, multiple type of services available here. So that time only we will see these services, gateway enablement, IWSG services and IWSV. So this is IWSV, the backend services, and you can see the groups metadata, IWSG. So we'll talk on this when we are on Fury side, as well as here you will see in BW you have a lot of options. If this is a BW system, you can use URL and a lot of things. And for Fury, you have 3 options. You can add a catalog. So catalog is common in group and page and space concept. So catalog is a must. You can create a catalog and add it here. You can add a group or you can add a space. You can add both as well. But the way you design, basically, you can add these 3 things. So we will check this in Fury when we are done with GRC. That time we will we'll create a catalog, we'll create a group, we'll create a space, and we'll see how it looks. And on the personalization side, to be frank, I have never used this. So are you looking for any specific information here?
We didn't use that. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
What is the use of that?
Yeah, to be frank, we can just Google and that is what, because I also in like 12 years of experience, I never used this functionality. So I don't know, maybe why it is there. But yeah, we can Google around and that's it. To be frank, I don't see this thing used anywhere. So all we will deal with is even applications. I haven't seen any such applications or anything. So mainly we will work on menus, and in menus, Fury and BW and this authorization default for any services, and then the authorization parts and the user assignment. So whenever we do the assignment, it will come here, user assignment. You can either compare from here or you can have the job set up in the system, which will do the PFUD comparison for user master, and the profiles are assigned to users. So if a role is assigned to user, it does not give him access. You have to make sure the related profile, it is assigned to user. This profile is important. This profile is important. System. So if this profile is assigned to a user, then whatever is in this role, it gets into the user buffer and he can access the functionalities. Okay. I think that's it. I wanted to cover on the roles and SU25 upgrade side as well. So I hope this was a informative session for everyone who is still doing the SU01 and PFCG, but something more to know out of this session, and not just the exact same thing that we do since ages.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the role of the risk terminator in SAP GRC Access Control? Option A, it identifies and mitigates access risks. Option B, it generates risk analysis reports. Option C, it manages user access requests. Option D, it tracks emergency access assignments. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP GRC Access Control? Our course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP GRC Access Control. It's like a toolbox for managing who can access what, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are here to support you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they have found it incredibly useful. And the best part, it's super affordable. Ready to become SAP GRC Access Control Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Let's start with today's topic. So transport management system. Okay. Please read through this. This material is do not share this material with anyone unless you have the consent, and do not try to reproduce from here. Okay. So as we know, STMS or basically transport management system is used to transport the changes from dev to quality, quality to production, and any other systems. So STMS is the transaction code that is used for change and transport organization, and basically this functionality is where one of the system will be basically defined as a transport controller, and there will be a transport route and transport group and landscape will be defined over there. So the transport controller basically can do the configuration of which all systems will be there and what will be the path, how the changes will transport from one system to other system. And there is some configuration steps that are high level provided here, but mainly this is all done by basis team. So what we have to understand here is a key terminologies, as I said, transport domain controller. So there is one of the system, and mostly it is a productive system that will be transport controller, okay, in the landscape. And basically the key thing is all the systems must have a unique name in a transport domain. So you cannot have one system with same name. It will not work. Okay. And the transport controller is where all the TMS configuration is maintained, and then whatever changes are done, it will be distributed to all the systems. Okay. So there is a transport group which is like one or more system that share common transport directory, and transport domain, all the systems and routes, everything is defined. And then from the basically this is done by basis team, and then yeah, let's look at yeah. So this is where the STMS will look like when there is the domain is not configured. So this is how it will look like, and once they maintain which system is the transport domain controller, then it will look like this. And then here all the functionality is there, like you can go and add more systems, you can define the path, how your transport will basically happen, what path it will take. Okay. So there are two type of routes basically. The transport route is created by administrator, and it is used to change. It is used to transport the similar kind of change into the landscape. Okay, so there are two type of route. One is consolidation. So consolidation is where basically from development to quality, the changes, the developments that are done, they are pushed from dev to quality, and deliveries from quality to production. So it can be quality to production, it can be quality to pre-production, or any other systems where you want to deliver the development changes that are done and send it to the live system or go live system. Okay. So transport layer is a group of similar kind of changes. Okay. The development object, class, category, package, which are logically same. Like usually you will see if you are creating any custom transaction related to security or any authorization object, you will create a package. Previously it was known as development class. You will create some package like Z security, Z development or something like that. And all the similar kind of changes, they are put into that kind of project, that kind of development class or package. And then they are send it through whenever we are transporting, we send it through there. Okay. So ideally, each of the function will have their own packages. If something is related to HR, they can have some ZHR or something. And we can have our own package for security as well. For us, what we need to do is basically the transport management, how technically, this is the technical way to transport the changes. And we will talk on solution manager charm, how actually it is done as a functionality. So in a bare minimum situation, like when you are just working on the project, and then that time there is no at such change management team who is taking control on what changes are going from dev to quality, what changes you are pushing into production. So in the project phase, basically we will use a TMS, a raw TMS. We will just create a TR, go into development system, create a TR, capture your changes, release the TR, and then basis team will import into the next landscape. But when we are live, the change and basically all the changes that are deployed, there will be a company level strategy if they want to deploy all the changes once in a week, twice a week to production system. And then that is where all the compliance parts comes into picture. So what changes you are transporting? Is it approved? Is it causing any negative impact on existing functionality? Did you test all the changes? So all those things will basically managed by we can use the solution manager charm functionality to track those changes. So I will quickly run through the charm. Before that, has anyone used charm? Hands-on experience. So STMS, I think we don't use the STMS, but we basically use the SE01 T code or SE03 to find out the TRs, which roles are there. So if you want, I can quickly show you. We will spend 5 minutes on that. Yeah, so we will move to the charm. Okay. So technically from system side, what we'll do, like before charm, we create a TR. All our changes, there are two type of TR. One is workbench and one is customized. So our roles and etc. We will basically send it to the customizing request. And if we are making any SU24 changes, it will has to be workflow, workbench request. And if you are creating any custom T code or any custom authorization object, again it will go as a development in workbench request. Okay, so this is high level on as a TR, how to send it between different system or between different landscapes in a system. And we will talk on solution manager charm functionality now. So has anyone worked on charm steps that are shown here? We will walk through them, but you can relate it to how it is configured in your project. So mainly charm will be there whenever there is a project, when the project is live and the organization wants to ensure the changes that are going in production, they are reviewed thoroughly. Their compliance, they are compliant to all the policies that are there. And there is a central team who is reviewing what is going into production. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so charm is basically change request management. It is a tool that is provided in SAP Solution Manager. So like we have our GRC system, there will be another system which will be called as Solman or Solution Manager, and that is used by IT team. So this is something which is used by functional and technical teams. And from business side, there will be some key business people will be involved who will review and approve the changes, and then there will be a change management team. So who will decide if change is good to go or not. So this is basically it supports the change management activities, planning, development, testing, implementation of changes, etc. So we'll see on the path how it is done. Okay. So main goal of charm is to help organization manage their changes in a controlled way. Okay. So control and consistent manner. So what does it mean? Like let's say two people are working on a security change. Okay, one person is following his own naming convention for TR, or he's creating a TR before making the changes later, asking for approval once his changes is already in quality, and then he's asking, can you approve this role change, or can you approve this authorization change? So that is where we don't have a basically we don't have a logs, or we don't have a short path that okay, this step of sequences as per company policy are followed or not. So that is where the charm will be helpful. It will ensure that all the changes are done in a consistent manner. They are following through the paths that are defined. Okay, and then it is reducing the risk of errors, and basically the quality of changes is improved. So in a way, whatever rule change you are doing, that is fine. But if you consider this whole process as a change, then the quality of overall change is improved. So you are going through a predefined steps. You are ensuring all the approvals of the testing, all the required documentation is completed. And then based on that, this change is reviewed properly. And in terms of auditing purpose also, that is good to go. All right. So who all are the parties involved into this charm process? So there will be a requester. Okay, these are the main stakeholders who are involved in the charm. So requester is somebody who will raise a change request in solution manager. Okay, so this person can be a developer, or this person can be a person from business who is basically going into the solution manager and raising a request. So in security terms, let's say somebody goes and raise a request, add this transaction code into this role. So then before actually the changes start, this requester has raised a request. Okay, and before we do anything, before we start touching the roles, the change manager, okay, the advisory board will decide whether to approve this request or not. So till the time the change manager decides and approve the request, you cannot create a TR. So TR creation access or TR creation activity is removed from everybody. So you don't have access to create a TR, and that is not a process. So right now, in project phase, we create ourselves or the TRs. Here, the solution manager will take care of TR creation. So you as a requester or somebody submit a request. Change manager is somebody who will review if this change is approved or not. And then once the change is approved, developer come into picture. So developer is somebody who is a technical or functional consultant who actually will do that change. Okay, so he is responsible for making the changes, and he will basically take this change request and move it to the different phases, different life cycle phases. Okay. So after development is done, tester comes into picture. So this will be a testing team and functional consultant or end users who are actually doing the testing and attaching all the test documents to the change request. And IT operator is basically somebody who's responsible for the manual steps. Like this can be a group of people who are reviewing the request when you are flagging it for a production import, and it can be the basis teams as well who are marking the solution manager when it will be imported. Is it an emergency or is it a after business hour import? And they will do that. Later stages where changes get automatically imported. So everything here is basically configured in a way that you don't have to go into the system and do STMS or import the change. So right from creating a transport request till deploying it into the production, everything can be automated and tagged it to the multiple phases. Okay, so we'll check one of the sample charm request, and we can try to map it what will happen in the system with each and every status of the charm. So what are the advantage of charm? So improved change control, increased efficiency, enhanced visibility, better collaboration, reduced risk, and integration with other SAP tools. This is benefits of implementing the charm. So preconditions, the RFC communication needs to be there. So solution manager can connect with satellite systems, which all systems are there. STMS configuration. So we discussed in the last PPT. The STMS configuration and rest of the things, transport domain controller and etc. that will be already set up. So there will be transport paths there. Transport routes will be set up in across the landscapes. They are defined from which system, where this once the TR is released, what will be the next system where it will go, if it is going in one system or it is going simultaneously into the three system. So all those things, the transport routes and STMS configuration will decide that. Okay, and what will be your transport strategy, where the quality assurance approval procedure will be deactivated, and transport strategies. Okay, so this is all basically at organization level. Okay, these are all options available, and it will be dependent on how organization wants. So some organization can have twice a week deployment. Some organization will have once in a week. Some control organization might push all the non-important changes, something that is not high priority, to once in a month as well. So that is how they will decide. They can decide what is the priority of change and when they want to deploy it in production. From dev to quality, it is fine. You can do anytime. Like you receive a change today, you're working on the change, and until quality, you are moving your change. But once everything is tested fine, it is ready to go in production. That is where the release window comes into picture. So when exactly they will let this change to go in production. The steps for charm. Okay. So first step is change request creation. Somebody goes and put that request into the charm, that this is a change that is required. Then it will be reviewed and approved. So this is where somebody from business or somebody from respective department will come and review and authorize the change. Yeah, we want to do this change. Then the development team will do the development. So when you start the development, TR creation and etc will be done. You will have a TR number that will be flagged to the change that you are working in. And once you are done the development, you can move the status of charm to changes completed and transport to quality, or you can do the transport of copies. We'll check on that. So then automatically TR release will happen and it will go into the next system. So quality assurance, testing part, and you can put restrictions, what all kind of document are necessary to move to the next step. You can have multiple landscape connected to your system. So like GRC, for an example, if you are doing any GRC changes, that can also be tagged to solution manager. If you are doing any S4 or ECC changes, you have multiple landscape, you have BW landscape. So everything can be configured. So when you are creating a change request, that time you have option to select these changes for which system. If it is multiple system, you have to create multiple change documents so that the TRs are tagged to that change document and they flow through the life cycle of changes. Okay. Release to the production and monitoring. So this is basically overall steps that are involved in the solution manager charm process. Okay. So from here we will see how actually it is done into the system. Okay, so when you go into the solution manager, you can do sm_crmt code, and it will open a web browser window like this. Okay, so this is the charm window. Okay, so there are two ways to do the charm. Okay, initially, if you see here, we have tried to capture it from request for change. So there is a RFC, request for change. Then there is a CD, change document. Okay, request for change, this can be non-system dependent. Change document is a system dependent. So some organization will start from here. They will put the RFC first. Once the RFC is reviewed and approved, into RFC you can put multiple systems. So let's say we are saying add SU01 to BW role and add SU01 to ECC role and GRC role. So there are three systems involved here, right? There is a system BW, GRC, and ECC or S4. Three systems are involved for this change. My change says add SU01 to security roles. So I go and put a request for change and say this is the change, and into that I create three change documents. Three change document will be one per system. Okay, so three CDs. We will create three CDs into that. So what happened once the RFC is approved? The change document that I request, I want to do this change in 3D system, it will get created and then there will be a status of created. So it will create, let's say 1001, 1002, 1003. These three change requests it will create, and RFC number is, let's say, it is something like 701, like this naming. So RFC numbering starts for, let's say, 700 and CD starts for 1000. So this all will configure into the system. So here you can see 2779 or something. That is the request for change number that they created, and you can select all the mandatory steps here. So you can see as a change control, you have a lot of things here, like what is your impact, what is the impact of this change, what is the priority of this change, who is the change manager, who is the change advisory CAB board. So who are the people who will be reviewing this change? sold to parties basically to who is requesting this change, who is basically owning this change, what is the description, what approval process you are taking. So they can configure multiple ways here. So if it is a normal change, it has to go through approval. If it is an emergency change, it can skip the first level approval. Nobody has to go and approve this RFC because that is an emergency. So as soon as if you have that kind of approval, and this is all configurable, like this is not something that SAP is hard coded. So basis team or the charm consultant will do this all the configuration like we do for GRC. They will discuss with the change management team and basically define all these things. So if you have emergency, then you don't need to approve this RFC and so and so. So what is the project? They will create the projects into the system, and your TRs are basically tagged to the projects. Okay. So the important part or the mandatory field is what something you need to maintain to ensure that you are creating this request for change. So this is a new status, and once it is once you put all the details like what is the description, change description, etc., then it can be sent to here. You can see in documents you can add a change document, and this is one of the sample screenshot. This is a normal change created for, you can see this configuration item is where it is dependent on system and client. So they have done it for TEP system or something, so their production system. So in our example, we will create 3 documents. One will be for GRC like this, one will be for BW, and one will be for S4 like this. Okay, and then the configuration item will be different based on the system. So let's say we call our GRC system GRP, and we call ECC to ERP or something like that. So you will see that there are 3 items we are requesting. So there will be 3 requests for change in one of that RFC. Okay, this is just a sample, client 600, and then what configuration item they selected based on their configuration. Okay, and once everything is done, you do the validation on this. So we are here, we created this thing into the system. We created a request for change, and we created 3 documents into that, and it was in a created status. After that, we do all the validation. It will be moved from created to validation state, and from validation, it will be approved. So this is something. So this is done by requester, and this will be done by requester, and this will be done by approver. So approver will review this, validate the system, and they will basically once they validate and they submit the change, it will be sent to the person who will review and approve. So approver will make it approved status. If you see, this is this is the screenshot. You go to action and you set it to the validation. So once you populate everything, like you can see project and the approval and all the mandatory thing, you will go to the action. So you will select next stage. So here you will see what next options are available. So if basis has configured, once you submitted the change, and you have option to move it to validation, and you can make it not required or cancel that. So you will see only those two options here, the way they have configured. Okay, and this is totally dependent on how business or how company wants their change request to flow through. So here there is only one option, just one option to set it to validation. So submit everything, send it to validation. Okay, you can see this is in the validation status, for example. Okay, then the next thing is one requester has completed validation. It is sent to approval. So what we'll do, approval will come, and this is again based on the access. So what they will do in terms of security, the 5 or 6 different roles that we saw, developer as a role, tester as a role. So as a Solman security, we will create those roles, and those roles like we do it in GRC. Somebody is a security team, somebody is a requester. So pretty much same, there will be roles created, and we as a functional users, like we will have a security access here to create and set up the users or maintain the authorization, as well as ourselves, since we are also using this functionality to make our role change. So we will have requester access. Okay, so in charm functionality, so for charm, we are his end user. So when security team wants to do a role change, we go in as a requester and we put the things, or we go in as a developer and we do the changes. Okay, so here all these things can be maintained into the roles and provide the authorization. So anyone randomly cannot go and just select and approve this release for approval, because this is also access control, whether you have access or not, whether are you part of that group or not. So then whoever is the actual person who is approver, they can go and release this for approval. And once he release this to approval, okay, yeah, they will first release it for approval, and then it goes to status to be approved. Okay, so here one more step is there before it is approved, release for approval. This is dependent, like whether you want these stages or not, that is also up to you. Okay. So in our example, they're showing it is sent for approval. Then when somebody is approving, they will go here, they will see the document, change document, and they will approve those change document. So when this RFC is approved, these three change documents will be approved, and then they will be in a created status. Okay. Right. So this is the change document. They go into drop down and they will say it is approved or rejected or not relevant. So they say approved. So once it is approved, the status will be approved, and you can see there is an option you can reset. See here they have provided option. Once it is approved, you can still set it back to validation. If something is missing, something was not properly done, your option set it back to validation, and from validation again same steps happen. So let's say you forgot to add another system, you want another CD here, and that is for solution manager itself, you forgot it. So you can send it back to validation and again do the same thing and set it for approval and get it approved. Or you can set it for development. Okay, still now it is all happening in solution manager. We don't have a TR yet. We are not going into any satellite system and making any changes. We are just using the charm functionality till now. Okay, so after it is approved, this 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 change is sent it to release for development, and you can see it will be status for this RFP will be being implemented. So when you do this thing, it will be being implemented. So this is what happens on RFC. Okay, it will move to the being implemented status. From here to here, it will go to being implemented. And what happens now? We are done with RFC. We don't have to do anything on RFC because it is being implemented. But these three changes, okay, everything is now done in these changes where we are doing actually on the systems. Okay, so this is all happening on this 701 request. Okay, so this is all happening here, and we have now got our three change documents. Okay, here we'll see this. Previously they submitted this TEP and whatever it is. So they have a change document number. Okay, 8 something something, and its status is created. And if you see the category, they are calling it as a normal change. So again, this is based on the configuration. You can define what kind of changes are there. So ideally, there are two type of changes. Okay, one is normal change, and one is emergency. Right. So if you select this as a normal change, then let's say it is going to go through 10 different stages. I'm just giving an example. And if it is an emergency, it just has to go to 6. Who will decide this? The change document, change management team, and basis will configure. So another thing we are going to discuss is TOC. Okay, so we'll talk on that. So let's say let's talk of normal change. Okay, this all three are a normal change. Let's say normal change is basically what we do. It is not urgent. It is not to be deployed right away. It can follow the transport schedule, and it can go through all the like cab approver call, change and accept change management and acceptance control board. The everything is fine. This is not emergency. It can flow through the paths. So we are here at a normal change. We have 3 normal change request numbers. Okay. So what do we do on that? See, it is in a created status. So you go and put the current processor who is processing this change. So now the change is approved, but who is the developer? So flag the developer or current processor. Here a developer is assigned. Go to the next. You set it in development. Okay. The developer will process. He will set his name and he will set it in development. So from here now, this part is done. Okay, this part is something that is now done. Now we are discussing on this thing. Okay, so from development, it will go into the in development. Okay, so created in development. From created, it is going in development. And once you are in development, you can create a transport request. So there will be a section for transport request in below somewhere, and you can then actually create transport request. So here, when creating transport request, again you have two. One is what kind of transport request, so customizing or workbench. Okay, you have the option, and you can create multiple TRs into this change. So when, let's say I'm working on this change is for BW system. So when I go and try to create a TR, it is going to give me the development system of BW. I cannot go and create a GRC TR from here because this is tagged to that landscape. So when I work on 102, here I will get development system for GRC, and here I will get for ECC, for example. Okay, so in respective changes, you can go and create the kind of TRs you want. Now this TR are created in system. So then you do the development. Development means you do the role change, actual role change. You, whatever we do right now, you do into the system and add those changes into this TRs, capture them in the TR. Okay. So after development is done, what you will do, see there are actions. You can see there are two important flags are here. Pass normal change to test. So as its name says, this is going to release the TR, or this is going to create a TOC and send this change to quality system. Okay, or withdraw the normal change. So if you don't want to continue with the change, this is no more required, you can withdraw it here. So once you withdraw, the change document will be withdrawn or something, and whatever happening on this RFC, you can go here, and from being implemented, you can also change the status. This is rejected or not required. Or if you are successful deploying this change in production, from being implemented, you will come here and change it to implemented. So that way, this change is finished. Okay, if you have some more changes to be done, like Solman system addition, you can still go here and again make it invalidation, or take it back, add another change document, and do the same work for another system. Okay, so this is like your master request, where you are putting what changes are required, and this is where you are actually doing the changes in change document at system level. So from development, let's say it says pass change to test. Okay, pass to test. So here, like here, what happens? There are two ways to send this TR. Okay, here we'll discuss on TOC. What is the TOC? So one way is like what we do usually. In any project, we will release the TR, and then basis team or automatically job schedule it hourly or 2 hourly or whatever frequency basis decide. It will be imported in quality system, and then you have the changes in quality, and you can get it tested with the tester. Second way is TOC, and this is important. So what is a TOC? And name says it transport of copies. So what TOC will do? Let's say I have my TR number GRD 000. This is my TR number. Now what happened? If I have to move this TR into quality, I need to release this. Correct? I need to release this and then import in quality. Then my change is there. But what TOC will do in terms of TOC, you don't need to release this TR. Okay. You will just copy the tasks, the new TR. So let's say I have my 5 roles here. Okay. What TOC will do, it will copy, and 5 roles are there, and then there is one task, let's say. One task. Okay. So under my TR, there is a task, and that task has 5 roles. So when we say I want to move this into quality, instead of disturbing this change or releasing this change, because I might have to add another authorization object, I might have to add another T code, and then If you do it after release TR, you cannot change it back. So what I will have to do, if I miss something, I will have to create another TR. Okay, in a normal scenario, this is what we do. Let's say 88 now. I have to create 88 and again add a task and then second round of change, adding the authorization object or whatever it is. Something we figure out in testing S53 and we want to add again. In TOC, what he's going to do, copy this TR, okay, and totally it is a different number, something like this, okay, a different TR, and this is a TOC. So he will copy this thing, okay, this thing, and he's not going to release. So copy and release. So what he will do, this TR is exactly copied here, and this TR is released. So the benefit of this thing is later here in this scenario, I figure out, no, I have to add another S53. I have to add some missing authorization. So what will happen? I don't have to create a second TR and worry about the transport sequence and path. Like when this change is going into production, we will have to ensure base system is following a path. First this goes, and then it creates dependencies and checks. So instead, with TOC, what I will do, I will again do the same change here. Whatever I want to do in S53, I will do again here. I will create second TOC. What second TOC will do? Again, create something else like 45, 48, 47, let's say. And this TR is my master TR. This is not changing. I'm just adding the changes here, creating a separate TOCs and sending this in quality. And this TR, this TR is not released yet. TR is still not released. So every time I make a change, I create a TOC. It will just copy everything in a new TR and release that TR. And this TR will be imported in quality. So as a change, all these TOCs does not matter. They are not going to be captured on the change here. So I'm happy, let's say after third iteration. So I created 3 TOCs. I'm happy with the changes. Everything is fine. Now we can do the actual release. So in your change, basically in your CD, all you have is only one TR and you don't have to worry about sequencing. When you want to send it into production, everything is captured in this TR. The TOCs are fine. And if you are not using TOC, you might end up having 3 TRs. First, you created the role, added the T code. Second time, something was missing in S53. Let's say third time, again, you have to add another T code. So in that case, there will be 3 TRs on your change document. With TOC help, there is only one. So this is something that you can propose if your project is not using already. And what is another benefit of having TOC? From this TR to release and go into quality, you will have to change your CD status. So your CD status, like we will see into the PPT next. Once you click pass change to test, after that, okay, it's not here for the changes. After that, let's say it has a status in quality. And then when testing is happening and you figure out, no, this needs S53 object addition. So you will have to change your CD back to in development. Okay, because if you are not in development, you cannot create a TR. Your change is in quality and you cannot just create a TR. So again, send this back to in development, then create another TR, then make the changes, then again pass this change to quality, check that status. Again, it goes into quality. Again, testing happens. Again, something fails. Again, make it in development. In TOC case, all you need to do is your change is still in development. You are just creating a TOC. You hit the TOC. TOC goes into quality. You can once everything is fine, then you can release the actual TR. You can actually move this change to quality, and then in one TR, all your changes are there. You don't need to go back and forth on this charm status. And from here, you can flag it for the production approval. So when you make it production approval, you'll have there are fields where the transport calendar will be there. Like let's say each Thursday release is available. So then you can choose. Okay, I want to discuss this change in tomorrow's Thursday call. So you can put a date there. And when you go to the call where the business people and change control board is there, you can go and present your change. What is the impact? Why this change is there? All the documentation they can validate, and they can approve the change. And once they approve the change, then whatever time they have decided, like evening, let's say midnight, the deployment will happen. So the cap is happening on 15th, let's say, and they approve your change. Then 15th midnight, basis team will change the status of this your approved CDs to in production. So when they are in production, the TR, this TR, in case of no TOC, you will 3 TRs will go in production. In case of you are using TOC, your 1 TR will go into production, and then this CD will be basically completed. And once you complete all the CDs, you are being implemented RFC. You can make it as implemented, and then you close this whole process. The benefit is whatever mandatory documents, document names, everything they can configure in solution manager, that if you are moving from dev to quality, attach a document type of unit testing perform. So that is a must step. If you're trying to do and you're not attaching that document, let's say, then system won't allow you to move to the next stage. So your TR is not going to be released. You just attach a UT document. There is a document type, let's say UT, and you have to attach something. That is a must step. So that way you can ensure that the change process is thoroughly followed. So without attaching the document, you can go forward. When you are saying my change is tested and I want to represent in tomorrow's call, they will say, okay, attach this document. So that is all configured. Attach a UT, attach a quality testing document, attach a business approval. So these 3 documents are necessary. Ensure this naming is followed. So that way, basically you can do all the change related controls, that everything is in place, all the documentations are there, and when somebody wants to go back and backtrack why this change was done, who approved, everything is here, like we have in our GRC access request workflow. Likewise, from change perspective, they can figure out and they can find everything available on this RFC. They go to RFC, they go to change documents, and they see when what was done, what status was changed, and all the documentation that is available over there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using SAP GRC Access Control? Option A, improved compliance with regulations and corporate policies. Option B, enhanced system performance. Option C, reduced maintenance costs. Option D, faster data backup and recovery. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
This solution manager, if you are using, I mean, most of the projects will use, or if not, this is something mainly basis will do the configuration. There is a charm consultant, and unfortunately, all these decisions stays with the organization. So the way their change control board is defined, that is how they will configure. So this tool is very flexible. Okay. Yeah, I was saying some project will start from here, directly from CD. They are not even using RFC. So you directly go into the system, create a change document, and start from here directly. And another thing I want to quickly discuss, emergency change. So here we are saying how many things are there. Let's say this is my 5 or 6, 7 statuses, let's say, okay, in normal change. In emergency, what you can do, okay, when you are creating a change document, you can select the type, no, this is an emergency change. So let's say one of the changes is emergency, for example. So in case of emergency change, you don't have option for TOC or anything like that. They have configured. So emergency, you don't need to get it approved. As soon as it is created, it will be, let's say, in development, for example. As soon as you just make it in development, automatically a TR is created for you. You just select the type, TR is created. You do the development and mark it for quality import. Immediately it is in quality. Okay. As soon as you do your testing and you set it for approval, immediately they are not asking you to select, they are not asking you to select a compulsory Thursday date. Okay. In normal change, they will ask you to do a Thursday, for example, because that is a deployment. You try to put, I'm going to move it on 16, system will throw an error. No, follow the release calendar, for example. But in emergency case, you can immediately say, yeah, I want to go this today. Select the 14th, shoot the email to that CAB approvers. This change is submitted. Please review. And then as soon as they approve, immediately it will go to basis. Basis can immediately do the import and flag this as a completed. Okay. So this is how you can, so here there are 7 states, let's say here it can be only 5. And here you need to add it to the timelines. Here it can be ad hoc since it is emergency. But yeah, additionally, for example, they might have, here they were asking you to attach 3 documents, right? Here they might ask you to attach 5 documents, like business impact document, why it is emergency. This 3 document plus business impact document plus let's say key stakeholder approval. For example, you are moving it for finance, so nominated finance person's approval. So then documentation perspective, it is going to be this thing, and they might ask you what is the background ticket number, what is your service now ticket or incident number, is it save 1 or save 2, yes or no. If it is not there, you cannot qualify for emergency. Get it save 1 or save 2, increase the priority, then come back here. So that is how they will ensure the compliance is followed. This will be dependent on company to company, and all these configurations will be performed by basis team. Basis, or even in basis, like in security, we have a GRC consultant separate. So for basis also, they somebody expert in charm. So they have a solution manager consultant, and that person performs all these. I would say the different statuses, what will be available, and they can call it anything, right? So in development, they can call it developing or anything, like in GRC we can do. So they will do all the settings, and we are here a end user. Okay, like in our workflow, we decide you submit a request, manager will approve. Okay, this is something as organization decided, and we will create that workflow. So when you are submitting your own request, that will also follow the same step. So now in this case, you are a requester, you are submitting your GRC, and then based on the configuration, it will flow through the stages. So pretty much same here. All we can do is just when they decide, okay, I want these 5 roles. My developer will have so and so access. I have a role for CAB approval. So only those people can go and change the status from in quality to approved for production. So that is something that we do as a security team. Some authorization objects we will restrict the authorizations, but the flow and everything, that basis team will do the configuration. So from created, whether I have an option to send it to validation or and additionally to cancel it. So this is something that basis will decide the different phases of RFC and CD. What is does basically, that is a methodology tool set that is provided by SAP for S4 implementation. So if you are starting a journey where you are doing a S4 implementation, so instead of creating everything from scratch, like templates, testing documents, and all the business related functionalities, like so they are going to provide, so do the accelerated implementation. Basically, they provide the pre-configured content templates and whatever best practices are there. So this is something that SAP is providing with Solution Manager. Okay. So it has various aspects of project management, requirement management, testing, change control. So there will be templates and functionality that SAP will provide in Focus Build. So if somebody is actually implementing the S4 and they want to leverage the SAP templates that is available, ready to use, they can go for here. Their requirement management, test management, project management, change control. So these are basically templates and features that they have provided. So in Focus Build, if you're doing hybrid or agile, that approach is also there. If you're taking agile or waterfall or hybrid model, that functionality they have provided. Okay. So nothing much here. This is just a FYI, good to know thing, that there is something that in Solution Manager SAP provides as an extra feature.
Hey there, ready to master SAP GRC Access Control? Our course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP GRC Access Control. It's like a toolbox for managing who can access what, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are here to support you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they have found it incredibly useful. And the best part, it's super affordable. Ready to become SAP GRC Access Control Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.